for delivery options, press the
Hello, my wonderful tech staff. We're ready to start the presentation, so if we can, I don't know how to get the PowerPoint up on the screen for folks. There you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Right, exactly. That really is interesting. Right, yeah.
Okay, folks, we're going to get started. And so welcome everyone, and thank you all for coming to this special presentation on the Madison-Canifing Sister City visit. I appreciate so many of the delegates being here with us tonight, and we do have some folks that are in the Zoom, and I'm sure we have others that are watching on the award-winning Madison City channel. We're going to start our presentation tonight with Representative Samba Balde giving a little background on the Gambia and on the sister city, and I'll invite others up to join him.
All right. If you want to join, please come up here so we can. Come on, Greg. Come. It's the sisters. All right. Okay. Oops. Musa, get closer. All right. I have a little paper here to get me going. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. Thank you to the city councilors, members of the delegation, but also members of the Madison Sister City. As you may all know, November, December, we made a trip to one of our sister cities, which is the sister city in the Gambia, Canifing. So it came about when I got an email 2 months prior to the trip from Deputy Mayor Linda Vakunta telling me that, look, the mayor has 2 dates that she can make it to Gambia. So you better make one of these dates work. I said, okay, fine. So I reached out to the mayor of Canifing. I say, look, sometimes you have to be careful what you ask for. You've been asking mayor to come and visit, come and visit, come and visit. Now the mayor is ready to come visit you. Give me a date as to when we want her and the delegation to be here, to be there. So he responded with a date, worked with Linda a little bit. That date didn't end up working out for him. We shifted to the second and the only possible alternative now. But still the mayor was available. So thank you for making the opportunity to have this first sister city trip to Africa. And so my role as part of this presentation is to give an introduction, basically a background of the Republic of the Gambia. For those of you who may have not researched this a little bit or have never been to Africa or that part of Africa, Gambia is the smallest country in mainland Africa with a population of a little over 2 million people. So we became independent in 1965 and have only had 3 presidents. This is our 3rd president. So imagine how long that is from 1965 to now. It's democracy, but it's an interesting democracy. And so what this sister city does is really to help build that democratic institutions. And so more the reason this was not only valuable and important to those of us who went, but to the whole council, the city of Madison, and also the city of Canifing. So the second part of it, let me speak to the photos also. So as you can see, this is the entrance to the city, the capital city of the Gambia, which is Banjul. So that is the arch as you go into the city, which is about 5-6 kilometers from the sister city that we have, Madison has in the Gambia. So the second part of the presentation is background on the Canifing municipality. If you can go to the next slide. So as you can see, your flag, our Madison City flag is flying in Canifing. It's been there since they opened their new building. And I think the mayor will get into this, but they structured their city council just to look like how your city council looks. And then most of the things that they do, they try to learn from what you've been doing here. So Canifing is the biggest municipality in the Gambia, the most densely populated municipality also in the Gambia. Just like when we got independent in 1965, the local government ordinance was also ratified around the same year, 1965, and therefore created ultimately Canifing Municipal Council. So in 2002 was the first time through a universal suffrage, they elected their mayor. And so you can see from 2002 to now, I mean, the municipality, particularly KMC, has really developed and catch up to a very high extent on most of these democratic institutions as they deal with local government. So the other part, I mean, you see two photos there. The first one is the flag of the Gambia, KMC, and also Madison. The second one was here. In 2016, we had a delegation from Gambia that visited to support the establishment of the Madison Canifing sister city. And so those are the people who are on the second photograph and all the, I think, Mike, just facing them or something, handing them over some books or things like that. So the relationship has been there now at least since 2016, and it's getting stronger and stronger and better, I should say. So if you go to the next slide, this is where we talked about how the sister city came about. So obviously, it had existed decades by the time I was elected as a member of the Madison City Council, but then we did not have a sister city in any African country. And so one of the things that we did was to advocate to have one in Africa, and eventually, not only did we get the Madison Canifing sister city established, we also got one in Ethiopia, in Bahirda. So as you can see, when we are working on this, you have elders who are no longer here. 3 of the elders, 2 to my right and 1 to my left, are no longer with the city council. And then the second photo at the bottom, also members of the Gambia government who came to support the sister city initiative, and Musa, who's just standing next to me. So this is my part of the presentation. I'm sure there are many more slides that the mayor can speak to, but Musa, before we hand over to the mayor, is there anything that you want to add? Before I hand over also to you, I just want to say thank you to all of you, Jere Kujabi, your team, the delegation, people who left their families, their work, to go to Gambia and make the Gambian people understand them better and make the relationship much more stronger. And to the city council, obviously, for making it possible to have this relationship. So Musa, if you have anything to say before we let the mayor come. Please.
My name is Musa. I am a board member of the city of the Madison Canifing Sister City. It was founded again, like Samba said, in 2016, and it's been a very strong relationship between Madison and Canifing ever since. Of course, with the help of the mayor and all the city council members and all of that. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that came today and some of the members too that are here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you go to the next slide, I'd like first to have any of the members of the Sister City group, just if you could raise your hand so we can acknowledge that you're here, and thank you for your supporting work. Musa, raise your hand, Musa. And then we have a list of the delegates, the delegation that went. So anybody who was on the delegation, please raise your hand so that folks can see. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So my job is to talk a little bit about what we actually did in the Gambia. And so next slide, please. And the impact that the Sister City Partnership has had. When we first arrived in Canifing, our first, well, first of all, it was midnight for me, so we were all sort of tired and overwhelmed. But the next day, we went to the Canifing City Hall, and we received a most impressive and generous welcome, and started to hear from the mayor, the Lord Mayor Bensouda, about the impact that the relationship with Madison has had on Canifing and on the Gambia. And so I want to talk a little bit about that, and then we'll talk about the activities that we did while we're there. And so the first is around the issues of waste management. And so historically, in Canifing, they basically have had just a literal dump where they're just dumping their garbage, and it's anything that's in it is seeping into the groundwater and into the soil, and that's obviously not a good situation. There are often fires there, which causes air pollution, and it's generally sort of an environmental disaster. And so one of the things that when the Lord Mayor came here, they actually talked to folks in Dane County about our landfill, and went to visit, I believe, and talked with our streets department that handles waste management. And there's a couple of things that they took back right away, and one is just put a fence around the dump site to try and contain the issue and to help with firefighting and to just kind of take away the eyesore, which they went back and did, and immediately got positive feedback from their residents. They also started actually thinking about what a citywide waste management system looks like. We gave them some of our carts, our trash carts, and since then they've been able to get more of those donated. They now have a fleet of garbage trucks where previously their trash was being picked up by donkey carts. And they are busy advocating, and I have to say that Samba, Representative Balde, has been a strong advocate here for actually establishing a modern landfill in the Gambia. And someday you're going to get that done. I'm absolutely positive. But there's a lot that we can do to help learn, and they have also accessed other assistance from the EU in particular in this. Next slide. So you can see again, here's the dump site and the fence that they put up. Next slide. By the way, Greg was a prolific photographer on the trip. Another thing that we've been working on together is establishing their first public library, and now the dream has grown to have a number of satellite libraries as well. Canifing does not have a library currently, and the last time that the mayor visited us was to talk about, with our library and a lot with Greg's help, what a library would look like in Canifing, and to actually develop some plans and to think about how to raise money. And then, of course, the pandemic hit and sort of stalled that. But they actually now have a library site. They are clearing the site, I believe, and starting construction. And we brought them down actually some proposals to establish satellite libraries in shipping containers. And so that's something that we'll be talking about going forward in a potential place of collaboration. Next slide, please. So this is a picture in the Canifing Municipal Council's chambers. It may look slightly familiar to you, and that is because when they built their new city hall, they modeled it after this building in many ways. They not the outside of the building, but after these chambers, and the Lord Mayor's office is modeled in some ways after my office. When he came and saw how we worked, he learned a lot about running meetings and brought that back to Canifing and the way that they administer their government. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk about the things that we did. Only highlights. We did a lot. We had an absolutely packed schedule, which was great. I mentioned already the welcoming ceremony. There was a band. We reviewed the honor guard. We all signed the guest book. They gave us these beautiful stoles and pins. Then we also went and participated in one of their council meetings where we met their entire council. Their council met all of the delegates, and we had a chance to talk a little bit about the things that we are working on together and have in common. Next slide, please. We also visited the only school that is operated by the municipal council. They have other schools, but this is the one that's operated by the municipality. Had a chance to meet some of their students, to see a performance, to hear their students sing their school song, which was really, honestly, an overwhelming experience. It was so moving. Deputy Mayor Linda and I had a chance to speak. I think about 65% of the school's enrollment is young women. And so we talked a little bit about women's leadership and the importance of education. And the Lord Mayor talked to the boys about how important it was to respect women's leadership, which I appreciated. We did also visit the dump site that's of concern, and so you can see here one of the donkey carts, and we had a chance to just see the impact of that site and understand the scope of the problem. Next slide. We also visited, this is one of my favorites, we visited the Women's Garden, and this is women who are engaging in farming to support their families, and so they farm and they harvest and they sell the produce, but they don't have any kind of cold storage, so they're not able to probably make as much money as they would otherwise because they can't store their produce overnight very effectively. They also are very challenged in terms of the price of seeds and the price of fertilizer. So one of the things that they're working on is experimenting with composting as instead of having to buy fertilizer. And that is something that I think we in Wisconsin know a little bit about and can help with. So another potential for collaboration. I'm also be interested in if we can help them set up perhaps solar-powered cold storage as a way to improve their returns. Next slide. We also visited a market. This one was the fish market, although they had many other things there that they were selling produce. And we saw one of the improvements that the municipality is making. They actually rent cold storage to the fishmongers so that they can keep their catch longer and sell it and make more profit off of it. They are looking to put solar on this building and hoping that the ice production and the cold storage can be powered with renewable energy in the future. Next slide. One of the highlights of the trip was the signing of an MOU between Madison College and the Ministry of Higher Education. So Madison College has made a commitment to the continent of Africa, and part of that was signing this MOU with the commitment to work together with the Gambian government to do student exchange, but also to do research together and to find other opportunities to collaborate in the educational field. And so we had a delegate with us who is from Madison College, Jeff, and he actually had the opportunity to participate in some of their strategic planning and came home, I think, with a lot of ideas about potential collaboration. Next slide. We also met with the U.S. Embassy. A smaller group of us had the opportunity to talk with the U.S. Embassy about how they work with local government in the Gambia and the opportunities to perhaps facilitate more cultural exchanges and particularly. And then we had the honor of meeting with the Gambian president, President Barrow, for actually, I was surprised, a very long time, a good conversation, and then you can see the photo that we took. But that was it's not every day that you get to meet with a head of state, and to actually sit down with him and have a conversation. It was quite an honor for us. We also met with the opposition leader, the Honorable Darboe, and this was probably the most emotionally impactful experience for me in the whole trip, because I'm not going to do the story justice, and others can chime in, but this man was essential in toppling a dictator in the Gambia. And it was his actions, the actions of his colleagues and the people around him and his party that through their protests, through him being arrested and tortured and almost killed, that they were able to vote in the current president and vote out the dictator. And that was the beginning. Now, it wasn't quite that simple. There was more that had to happen. But that was the spark for this successful transition of power. And to be in his presence was just really an honor and very impactful. Next slide, please. We also had the chance to meet with the Minister of Lands, I believe it's Lands, Religion, and Local Government.
Yeah, local government, land,
Which I thought was an interesting combination. And to talk again about some of the challenges facing municipalities. And one of them is that they do not have a land tenure system. So in the sense that we have, deeds and the assessor's office that tracks everything, they don't have that. They don't have a clarity on who owns the land. They don't have a system to track. They don't have zoning at all. And so we talked about, the potential to do technical assistance and knowledge exchange around that. And Samba, I thought, very firmly advocated for finding land for a landfill in that meeting. Next slide. And then some of our delegation, I personally didn't get to go, but some of our delegation had the chance to go to Senegal to visit Gorée Island. And I think that others may speak more to this, the Alder may speak to it, but I think this was a very impactful experience for members of the delegation that had a chance. Gorée Island is the place, it was a center of slave trading, and so it has one of the famous doors of no return that people got to see. Next slide, please. So here's another photo of there. And then again, some of the group got to visit Samba's hometown, which I'll let Samba speak to later if he would like, or anybody who was there, but had a chance to meet folks in the village and experience a little bit more rural life in the Gambia, whereas most of Kanifing is a pretty large city, it's a pretty big population. Next slide. So things that we learned, what we might be able to take away. Next slide. I think for me, there's a lot of potential for future collaboration. I was really struck by the things that the mayor learned from his visits here and took back. But I was also struck by how impactful the relationship is. Certainly for folks in Kanifing, but also, I think, for everyone who went on the delegation, it was a really impactful experience. And I think it's impactful, having the relationship is impactful for the Gambian community. I am even more supportive of the sister city work than I was previously. And I think it's really worth our time and our energy and our commitment. I'd also, there was many issues that we have in common and challenges that we face. They might be on different levels, but it was striking to me that many problems in cities are just very similar, and that we benefit from being able to talk with other city leadership and learn from them. And there is a lot that we can do. We are a very wealthy community compared to Kanifing, and I think there's a lot that we can do to support them. Not necessarily with funds, but although there's certainly the opportunity to donate, but also just with our knowledge and with our connections and with our networks, which I think is important. And I will invite others in a minute to share their thoughts, because there are a number of things that delegates are already talking about what they want to do. So we had a number of folks sort of go there with thoughts, certainly the technical college, the Madison College relationship, the CEOs, Dr. Roxy from CEOs of Tomorrow was in the delegation, and she is leading a delegation of young people from Madison to the Gambia, and will be working with youth in the Gambia on career development and economic development. The library obviously is a future potential for collaboration. There's some folks that want to organize around providing wells and clean drinking water to villages, and I think many, many more opportunities. And so now I'm going to invite Alder Miadze first, if he would like to share any reflections, and then any other members of the delegation that might want to. And to do that, I have to go and turn your mic on. Hold on. Alder Miadze?
Thank you so much, Mayor, for giving me the mic to speak here. First of all, I wanted to give a thanks to Senator Sama Bode for his leadership and for creating the sister-city relationship, and also in arranging this this trip. And also, I know that Jared had a lot to do with, and Musa Jallo, so I really appreciate it too. So as I want to start from a different angle, right? As I've gotten to know Samba, I've learned his life story. And his story is kind of like parallel with my father's story. Both immigrants from Africa who had good education and knew hugely how important education was, came to America and endured and achieved. My father's life and Samba's have also shown the importance of resilience and preservation. I remember that lesson often when I came to Gambia and visit the sister city. One of the life-changing experiences was my visit to Gorée Island. This is an island that was about for centuries the largest trade in enslaving humans of West Africa. When I visited, I could feel and understand the horror of slavery and human exploitation. History was all around me, preserved, and it came to life. Now, this is the place where Africa and West comes together. It's a space for dialogue when we confront the way forward and the ideas of reconciliation and forgiveness. I want to say too, now that I've been back, I've been going to centers, talking to our youth about no matter what our ancestors have been through, we are resilient, strong. We can be the next Samba Bode, the next Alder Miadze. So it's important that this history that has been lost, I'm trying to preserve it by also telling kids about our history that has been long forgotten. So I really appreciate Samba, Jara, and Musa and also the mayor too for actually, she played a big part in having us come there. So I really appreciate this experience. It was a life-changing experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder, round of applause for the Alder. So Alder Harrington McKinney also came with us on the trip. I don't see her on the Zoom, but I would encourage people to reach out to her about her reflections as well, because I think she had a good experience and a lot to say about it. But I would invite anyone who was on the delegation, if you want to share any reflections, things you learned, other words. Greg, Norm, I can put you guys on the spot.
Well, the mayor's already mentioned the library projects, which is the obvious. But what I really gained from our interaction with our sister city is, one, experiencing a new culture and how we can learn from that. And their energy and their dedication to really improve their place was just amazing. And as the mayor spoke about the landfill and everything, they keep everything in perspective and they keep moving forward, which was what I was impressed with. So maybe they can't do a landfill now, but they were able to do the wall. And that's what really spoke to me, is that they look for a way to move forward. And it might not be their ultimate goal, but it was impressive. And particularly the young people there have a real hunger to learn and look forward to education. And we were able to experience that a little bit at Moose's family compound. And it really spoke to me in a genuine way. When it's nighttime, you're in this open courtyard, there's literally like one light source on a pole, and you see a whole group of children gathered underneath that light source, doing their lessons, their school lessons, and sharing what they've learned with each other and their resources. And you see that real sense of community and that need to learn was really evident. So it was impressive. It really, it brought me back to a lot of focus here about let's continue to move forward. We might not be where we would want to be. Let's make steps forward. It was a great lesson that I learned there.
Thank you, Greg.
Good evening. Nothing like being put on the spot. I had an experience some almost 30 years ago where I was living in Madison, but I was having a hard time. And I found myself with needing a place to go, needing a place to live. And through a friend of a friend, there were a group of individuals from the Gambia that took me in. And that same love that I experienced some 30 years ago, I experienced again in actually going to the Gambia. It was a very special trip for me. It was the generosity, the love, just the welcoming was really, really special. And for my first time going to the continent of Africa and having that experience was really, really special. So I just want to really shout out the Gambian people. They call it the Smiling Coast of Africa, and truly it was. And it was really, really special. You know, I look at many angles, but the one that sticks out to me most often is the economic perspective. It was really great to stay at a place of lodging that was owned by someone from the Gambia. It was a really nice resort, and the fact that it was locally owned by someone who was native to the country, I thought was very special and very, very important, reinvesting those dollars locally. And then I looked out everywhere we went. There was ingenuity. There was entrepreneurship. People were selling everything. And that's wonderful. And I can see how the municipality is looking to support those that are engaged in entrepreneurship, building a new market to better house the vendors. Also trying to get individuals that are on the sides of the roads, get them into a more stable, safe place where they can sell their goods. But I was really impressed by all of the opportunities that the local folks took to sell and to try and make a living for themselves. On that trip to Dakar, we traveled on a lot of dark roads, and it just seemed like businesses, I'll call them businesses, on the side of the road were open 24 hours. All night long, people were out selling their wares. And, you know, that kind of work ethic, that kind of doing, you know, what you need to do to help your family survive, I think is something that that's precious and that should be supported in a way that families can survive and thrive and also be together. So one of the things that I took special note of is that the Curfew municipality is growing and it is building. They're building their first a major highway, and it has their first overpass. And one of the things that I thought about is, you know, how we as a city can help inform that process and help make it accessible, make sure that it is accessible for everyone. It's very important. When we went to Dakar, we saw more infrastructure, but we saw that it takes time for people to get used to that infrastructure. there were, things that I would consider safety concerns. But, whatever we can learn, whatever we can transfer from what we've learned, I think might help with safety concerns and also the growth of the city. So thank you very much. I'm really appreciative. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Samba. Thank you, Jera and Musa. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
So, good evening, everybody. I'm not part of the city. I'm Jaya Sharma, and I must thank Samba and the Kanafing Sister City Board for taking a leap of faith and inviting me to be part of the delegation. I, on a whim, agreed to be part of the delegation because I've always wanted to visit Africa. I lived in South Africa for a few months, and that was the only country I'd visited. So this was a very good opportunity. And Mayor Satya Rhodes, thank you for also allowing me to be part of this delegation. So what really impressed me about the country, in addition to everything that the previous speakers have all, enumerated, I don't want to belabor those issues, but I think that I was impressed by the fact that on the city council, they had few women councilors, or equivalent to the alders here. And those councilors were really, really committed to women's empowerment. And till today, I get WhatsApp messages from them. They send me pictures of all the projects that they're involved in. And these are just small projects related to, rebuilding part of the roads in their district and other, projects that they're involved in. So for me, seeing that really impressed me that here is, a group of people who are really committed to ensuring that there's women's empowerment. And also, as the mayor has said, the women's market, I think that perhaps we can help them with getting seeds at a reduced rate, or maybe composting and other types of ideas that we in Madison can do this technology transfer, because I think it will go a long way in helping them. Being a lawyer myself, I also got an opportunity to meet with the legal community, and what has impressed me is their desire to really make sure that they are honoring the rule of law and that they are having democratically elected leaders. That to me was very impressive, and their commitment. Now, I don't know how long, in talking to Samba and others here as well as back in the Gambia, I don't know how long all this will last, but there's a desire to get rid of dictatorships and dictators and then focus now on the rule of law. So I think they're making some strides. They are trying to keep up with the rule of law, as well as introducing legislation to reduce litigation. So they're looking at alternative dispute resolution measures, and also increasingly using the Ombuds office to ensure that the workplace for government employees is a better place. So I'm very impressed, and I think I will be working with some of the people I met there to help them with some of these initiatives. So I appreciate being part of this delegation, and I've made friends. These are now my Gambian friends. And when I was in the Gambia, they gave me a Gambian name. So I'm not Jaya anymore, I'm Ida Jaya. So I think, as everyone has said, that was such a heartwarming situation, because they're so welcoming and they embraced everybody with their warmth. And till today, the mayor's security detail, they have been sending me, because I took pictures of them and I started chatting with them, and we went on a trip to Senegal as well as to Samba's village. They've become my friends. Every morning, one of them sends me a WhatsApp message asking me, how are you doing? We missed the entire delegation. When are you going to come and visit? So thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Jaya. Linda.
Okay, I'm going to keep mine brief. Mine is going to definitely be a different angle. Concurring with everything everybody has said, as some of you may know, I'm originally from Cameroon. So when they say the Gambians are welcoming, it's a different level welcoming. So I was just so impressed. Thank you all for that wonderful experience. The big takeaway I took from that, and I say this because we don't know who is listening online, I was really impacted by the role of the diaspora. So while we were there, I was watching Samba and Musa quite a bit. And you can tell that they have been persistent in contributing to the country where they're from. Even down to the president, when the president made a comment about how persistent you are, Samba, I thought, this is great, because even the president does not forget that this guy does not back down. But I was really impressed by the transfer of knowledge. And I say this as an African-born person, it's not easy. It's easy to give up sometimes when things get tough. So I'm so impressed with you all, Samba, Musa, Jere, and the group. So personally, I'm inspired to continue to engage, not just with my birth country, but with other countries on the continent. So thank you for inspiring us. We're watching. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a few more minutes. If there's anybody from the Sister City group, or if there's any questions from the council or the audience. Alder Paulson?
Well, I have some questions, but I'll let, if there are other people from
Oh,
the
yeah,
delegation
please,
speak
Jared,
first.
come on.
Well, good evening, everyone. I wasn't planning on making any statement. All I wanted to say is thank you to the folks that took the time to travel to the Gambia. One thing no one mentioned was it's not an easy place to get to. I'm going to just mention that. So first off, it was around the holidays. And I mean, it takes at least a minimum of 24, 25 hours to get home. So it was a lot of commitment for the folks that embarked on the trip. The other thing that I wanted to say is putting the trip together was also a lot of work. And some of the folks that serve on the board of the Madison County Sister City are here. I wanted to say thank you to all you guys as well.
Yeah, yeah. You, Alder?
Yeah, I had two questions. One about the Gambia, and then one about Gambians in Madison. And so I just want to ask a question about the Gambia, and I wanted to ask about internet connectivity and how widespread that is. And part of the reason I ask, and I'll talk about this with the library director, if there's opportunities for us to extend library resources somehow to folks there through some kind of sister city relationship. So I'm wondering if that's practical yet.
Samba, do you want to speak to internet connectivity?
So can you repeat the question, please?
Well, I was just curious what percentage of folks have internet access somehow, either on phones or something, and kind of with an eye towards if there's ways we can help extend maybe some of our library services to them somehow.
Yep. So, again, if I screw this up, you let me know. But one thing with most part of Africa, everybody has a cell phone and smartphone at that. So at least through their network, they have access to internet, but you cannot study using your phone. You cannot do generally work using that. So access to internet itself is a challenge, and so that's why I think, Greg, when we met the mayor, not only are they interested in having a central library, they also want to have satellites. The whole idea is to be able to get people to those spaces so they can do their schoolwork, be able to study and do things. Like Greg said, we went to this Musa's home. The kids were studying accidentally things that Greg and I and many others have been talking about for the past 4, 5, 6 years. We went there and we leave it. We found these kids sitting under one bulb of, I think it was a solar powered something, but it was very dim even with that. And so access to, internet is a challenge. And, like the mayor said, we don't have to give money. Just ideas. Invite these people here, train them as trainers, expose them. Many of them, like, the reason why KMC is doing better than all the other municipalities in Gambia is because of their exposure to here. And so, most or all of us who went on the trip are now connected one-on-one, apart from the bigger agenda that we want to promote. So all of us, we can all change the world in a way we cannot imagine. So if you can find a way to connect, or any resources that you can connect to either Gambia or any other part of the world where people are struggling with living, let's do that. But access to internet is a big challenge.
Okay. And then Representative Baldi, you may want to stay up for this one. This might be a good one for you as well. I'm curious about the Gambian community in Madison. Is it larger than other African nations here? Are we, I don't want to say overrepresented, but are Gambians overrepresented in Madison? And can you shed a little bit of the history of that? How did that come
So again,
to be?
if I screwed you, let me know. Gambia is the smallest country in mainland Africa, but we are the most traveled people also in the whole continent. There's no place you go in this world where you don't find Gambians. Here, in the eastern part of the city, particularly in Sun Prairie, the immigrant community is predominantly Gambians. And so we overgrow all of them in the city and around Dane County, honestly. The population is huge. When Gary and I were moving here, and maybe Musa, some 20-something years ago, you can count how many families were here. But the thing with immigrants is generally, they are very hardworking, but they also look for opportunities, and things like that. First of all, education. Second of all, to work and provide for their people. And so the population is really growing up here. And I think, it was really, really smart that, the local government that deals with these people on a daily basis, the mayor and others were able to make the trip to this country. I mean, it's a very representation of our immigrant community outside of our immediate borders around Canada and Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, I would just invite, Alder Vetter? Go ahead.
Set it down. I just wanted to thank you all for coming. I'm sorry I got here a little bit late for your presentation, but I just wanted to say that I very much appreciate people from Gambia coming to our city. I've been personally helped by 2 or 3 women from Gambia who helped me in my home as a personal care worker, and it did help me to do everything I needed to get up for the day, go to bed at night, all the things that I'm really working on right now in the city. That was during better times when I had more people helping me. But I want to say thank you very much for coming to this country. I really, as everyone else, I really, really appreciate you coming here and helping with the workforce, helping individuals in their homes, helping with all the work that you do in the social events that you bring forward and help have us be educated by and be learning more about other cultures. Thank you very, very much for being here and being part of our community.
Thank you, Alder. All right, well, I know that certainly myself, I think the alders and the representative, and I'm sure other delegates would be happy to interact with folks one-on-one if you have questions. I want to thank, in particular, Representative Samba Balde. I want to thank Musa and Jera for their work in organizing, and the whole Canifing Madison, or Madison Canifing Sister City Group on this end, and the Canifing Madison Sister City Group on that end, for the work they did to bring us all together. And before we leave, I would like to have anybody who was involved in the presentation or the Sister City Group, let's get together and do a picture so we can send it to our friends in the Gambia and let them know that we did this presentation. But thank you all again for your attention and for watching, and for the Madison City Channel for storing this in perpetuity so people can watch it in the end. And we'll pause and come back for the council meeting in a little bit. Thank you all. Hour of 6:30 having come and gone, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, February 28th, 2023, and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Verveer. Here. Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vidavier. Alder Vidavier is present. Alder Wahelier.
Here.
Alder Wahelier is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett. Here. Alder Bennett is present. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter is present. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry. Here. Vice President Curry is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. President Furman. Present. President Furman is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is not present. Alder Heck. Here. Alder Heck is present. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Mayadzi. Alder Mayadzi is present. Alder Paulson.
Present.
Alder Paulson is present. Alder Fair.
Here.
Alder Fair is present. Alder Tischler.
Here.
Alder Tischler is present. Alder Vetter. Here. Alder Vetter is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. Right. I will just remind folks that we're here to do the business of the residents of the city of Madison, and I'd ask you all to be kind to each other, to assume good intent, and to be respectful of both the people and the process, and that goes for members of the body, staff, and any registrants or members of the public that are here with us. Our first item is honoring resolutions. So item 1 is Legistar 76202, commending William Schaefer, Transportation Planning Manager for the Greater Madison MPO on his retirement after nearly 25 years of dedicated public planning service. And I will turn to Alder Wahilihe for this resolution.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Alder?
Thank you. Whereas William Bill Schaefer has served the cause of sound, coordinated land use and transportation planning in the Madison metropolitan area of nearly 25 years. And whereas from August 1998 to December 1999, Bill Schaefer served on the staff of the former Dane County Regional Planning Commission in the Transportation Planning Service Section and MPO arm of the commission serving the Madison metropolitan planning area. And whereas since January 2000, Bill Schaefer served on the staff of the Greater Madison MPO the last 12 years as planning manager. And whereas Bill Schaefer has fostered a climate of respect and teamwork among colleagues, and whereas Bill Schaefer was instrumental in the leading of the agency through multiple updates to the regional transportation plan, the prioritization and approval of projects of regional significance through the annual transportation improvement program, and numerous other transportation planning and programming efforts during his tenure as planning manager of the MPO. And whereas Bill Schaefer has championed a regional vision of the MPO that has balances of the diverse needs and interests of its constituent jurisdiction and residents, and sets the stage for continuing improvement and environmental sustainability, economic growth, quality of life for the residents of Dane County and the Madison metropolitan area. And whereas Bill Schaefer is recognized for his skillful and diplomatic approach to collaborating with a broad array of public agencies, policymakers, and residents in developing and refining a long-term vision for transportation in the region, and developing and implementing plans, projects, and programs to assist in achieving that vision. And whereas Bill Schaefer has been a tireless advocate for equity and safety and needs of all roadways users, including transit, riders, bicyclists, and pedestrians, improving access and mobility for all people in the region, while preserving and enhancing the environment and overall quality of life and the Madison metropolitan area. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Madison does hereby offer, on behalf of the entire transportation planning community in Madison area and Dane County, great thanks and appreciation for the many years of service and devotion to Bill Schaefer, and be it further resolved that the City of Madison wishes him a healthy and fulfilling retirement, consisting of spending time with his family, enjoying live music, playing pickleball and tennis, pursuing any other interest in activities, and traveling extensive on safe, efficient, and sustainable modes of transportation.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded, and Bill is here with us. Bill, would you like to say a word?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. So I'm really sorry that I couldn't attend in person. I'm already taking good advantage of my retirement on an extended trip to the Southwest. But otherwise I would have loved to be there. But I do really appreciate MPO board members, Alders Wahili and Harrington McKinney for suggesting the city resolution, and for my staff and Heather Stouter for putting that together. It really has been a privilege to work with so many talented and dedicated colleagues at the city, and also with so many wonderful dedicated elected officials at the city and in the greater metro area. I do want to give a shout out to the mayor for her leadership on bus rapid transit. My happiest moment while at the MPO was attending the recent groundbreaking ceremony for the BRT system. I'm very proud of the role that the MPO played in the conducting the initial feasibility study for BRT and steering the community conversation in that direction 10 years ago. And it's very rewarding to see that project happening. So very, very excited about that. My wife and I do plan to continue to reside in Madison, so I will get a chance to continue to use all the great transportation facilities in Madison, including many that the MPO has helped a hand in planning and in some cases funding. And I do plan to find other ways to contribute to the community in my retirement. Thanks again for this resolution, and thanks to all of you for all the great work that you do to make Madison such a great place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. We appreciate your service and wish you the best in your retirement. You're getting a round of applause in the room and on the Zoom. And there's also a number of your colleagues from the MPO and planning registered in support of the resolution. So I thought you'd like to know that, and we appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording an enthusiastic unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And that brings us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals from any members of the body on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. President Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, items which alders have separated, and 2, items which alders have separated out for discussion/debate purposes. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. Agenda item 50, legislative file 75827, accept $25,000 grant from the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. A report of the Finance Committee is to adopt and they are the lead committee, but the Water Utility Board was going to give feedback, and they did not meet yesterday. The recommendation action is still to adopt. Items excluded by 1, requests of alders, or 2, due to speakers registered by 6:45 p.m. on February 28th. Agenda item 3, legislative file 74885, updating the definition of family. Speakers are registered. Agenda item 59, legislative file 75836, repealing curfew hours for juveniles. Alder Wahili has asked for it to be excluded. Agenda item 73, legislative file 75980, removing provisions related to public indecency, and Alder Wahili has requested that be excluded.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional requests for exclusion from the consent agenda? Alder Evers.
Number 55, please.
Number 55.
75964.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Are there any other? Alder Miadze.
Item number 43, 7406.
Item 43. Thank you, Alder. Are there any other exclusions from the consent agenda requested? Seeing none, then I'll just go over that to make sure we're all on the same page. On item 50, the recommendation is to adopt. On the items that will be excluded from the consent agenda are items 3, 43, 55, 59, and 73. President Furman?
Move adoption.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote, and we'll move on then to public comment. And I will ask President Furman to take the chair for the beginning of public comment, please.
Midnight?
Like if you're under 18?
Yeah.
Why?
You think B1?
No.
There should.
Okay, so we have registrants signed up for agenda item 3, having to do with update the definition of family. Our first registrant is Barbara Arwenburn, who wishes to speak, District 13. Is Barbara here or on Zoom?
There's no one by that name in Zoom either.
Okay. Our next registrant is Janet Briscoe, District 5. Janet with us here or on Zoom?
Yes, on Zoom.
Go ahead, Janet.
Okay, first of all, updating the definition of family, I'm quoting from a presentation given to me by Katie Bannon, and it says, the proposal keeps the existing definition for related. This way, the zoning can continue to allow an unlimited number of individuals to live together if they are related by blood, marriage, domestic partnership, or legal or adoption, and including foster children. Children include natural children, grandchildren, legally adopted children, stepchildren, foster children, or ward is determined by legal guardianship. So we are not changing the definition of family or updating it. What we are doing is we're updating the rights of non-resident landlords. So I think that needs to be clear. Secondly, also in the same presentation that was made to justify these changes, there are 3 advantages given some effects of the change. Do I need to quote the number of it? It's revision 3897, City of Madison. I can give you the entire web address later. It allows 3 to 5 people to rent together. Well, 5 actually. Allows renters with disabilities to have a live-in attendant or a relative within their own living space. That's actually already allowed by the code. The code for the single family, the most restrictive things on the definition, which is Municipal Code 280, Section 28211 definitions, number A, Section 4. in any district, up to 2 personal attendants who provide services for family members or roomers who are disabled under the FHAA or ADA and need assistance with the activities of daily living shall be considered part of a family. So they are not excluded. These other advantages of this that are being touted remove the limit on the number of children or dependents. There is no limit in any zoning district on the number of children allowed. I hope you don't adopt this. If you do adopt it, I hope you adopt it with the amendment to limit certain districts to 3 rather than 5 unrelated adults. But I want to be very clear that this is not changing the definition of family or revising the definition of family. This is changing the rights of non-resident landlords. And I think if we're going to do that, we need far better tenant protections. The idea that, well, if there are 5 people living together and it's not legal, then the landlord could hold them hostage and not do repairs. Well, the same thing happens if you allow 5 and a 6th one moves in. Or if you just ask for repairs and you're a nuisance, the landlord may not renew your lease. I mean, this does not change that the landlords have power to do bad things if they choose to. So I guess that's all I had to say. And I very much hope you either vote for the amendment limiting it at least temporarily to 3 unrelated people.
Janet, thank you. That's time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jenica Stein, followed by District 15, followed by George Silverwood and Olivia Williams. Is Jenica here? Yep. Come on up. Yes.
I am a long time Madisonian.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
I'm a 50-year long-time resident of Madison. I'm currently living in a situation where the landlord allows children and grandchildren and blood relatives, but descendant blood relatives, to live in an apartment building. I am 1 in an apartment, whereas downstairs below me it is 8. The problem is they're down below me, but the noise is so loud because there's so many people that they're awake at different times of the daytime. So some people are awake at nighttime. Some people are awake at daytime. So I never sleep. So I believe that family should be family. Second, she was talking about the housing situation where the landlords have this oversight on you, where that if there's more wear and tear that they're going to charge you for these things. If you allow this, then there's going to be more people in the apartment, wear and tear on the apartment. The issue is that what about the people that, like me, which I live 1 person in a home, then I have somebody living next to me that has 10 people living in the home, where there's excessive noise. I'm going through that right now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is George Silverwood.
The proposed change in zoning from 2 to 5 unrelated individuals is a well-intentioned proposal with some potentially very negative consequences. I retired January 1st after being a realtor in residential sales for 16 years, and I loved working with first-time buyers. Over the past few years, I saw that successful home purchases increasingly involve cash financing. First-time buyers are being forced to have family backing with parents co-signing or actually writing the mortgage in order to compete. Of course, many can't do this. The process, in case you don't know what it is when sellers receive multiple offers, they are inclined to accept competitive cash offers over those with the conventional loans. Conventional loans have an approval contingency of 25 to 30 days. If not approved, the seller has to put the home back on the market, so they take the safe route and the cash buyer wins. February 9th, Washington Post article reported that nationally, the shares of homes sold through cash offers was at the highest level since the Great Recession, and the proportion of first-time buyers was at the lowest level over 40 years. This online article allowed one to drill down for specific zip codes, so I chose to run 53704, 511, 14, 16, 19, and 53562, including a majority of Madison homes. The percent of cash sales in these areas in 2022 ranged from 18 to 29%, with an average of 20%. That is the picture already. Wisconsin Public Radio reported on February 15th, an out-of-state investor had purchased almost 25% of rental homes in majority black wards as of last year, according to research by Marquette University. Notice, these are out-of-state firms, not even local or individual landlords. It was found by the study that 3 companies now own 1,500 properties in Milwaukee. As you probably know, gentrification is already an issue, a concern in South Madison. The available rental income from a 4-bedroom house rented to 5 people will significantly exceed that received from 2 individuals. This measure will turn single-family homes into investor cash cows and will price individual buyers out of the market. It will inevitably attract out-of-state corporations, just as was the case in Milwaukee. There also is no guarantee that individual rents will drop, particularly if investors bid up the price of the home. You may also want to explore the impact of painting all areas and neighborhoods with the same brush. Not everyone wants to live in a downtown environment with numerous cars parked in the street because garage capacity is exceeded. Likewise, not everyone wants to adapt to differing ideas about quiet hours, particularly if they have young children. You can choose not to be concerned about these issues, but it will be a reason that more buyers will elect to live outside Madison proper, further fueling sprawl. It seems to me that for some reason this measure is being fast-tracked. I would estimate that even though this is a dramatic zoning change, half to 3/4 or more of Madison homeowners are not even aware of it. There's been almost no coverage of it in the press and media. This should be an issue for the upcoming election. I urge you to either reject this change outright or refer for further study. I suspect there are resources available to do that at the UW-Madison, for example. If you decide to approve, at least consider paring it back to 3 unrelated individuals rather than locking in numerous properties for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olivia Williams, followed by Matt Kolsick and Nicholas Davies. Is Olivia on Zoom or here in person?
I'm here, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Alders. I work in the field of affordable home ownership at Madison Area Community Land Trust. I also studied housing and urban change in my PhD. And coming from this background, I urge you to pass the changes to the family definition today without delay and without an overlay amendment. The current ordinance is exclusionary by definition. We're using our zoning code to keep certain people out of residential neighborhoods, particularly low-income people, renters, and unmarried people. Over half the city are renters, and the median income of a renter household was about $44,000, according to the recent housing snapshot put out by the city. And the median renter household can't afford typical new rental units being built in the city, and they also can't afford to buy a home. So if they want to live in a detached home or a duplex in one of these residential zones, most renters won't be able to afford it without violating the family definition. They have to combine multiple incomes to have access to the amenities, the neighborhood character, a yard, a garden, a front porch, and other wonderful qualities of residential neighborhoods. Of course, if they rent with unrelated roommates in a district they aren't allowed to rent in, their housing is at risk. But if they have a friend who could manage to get a mortgage and a down payment on a Madison home, they could actually split the mortgage costs with up to 4 roomers legally. So as a low-income renter to live in one of these neighborhoods, you need a rich friend. That's pretty discriminatory. Most people, or many people of my generation, cannot afford to own a home. I have always been a renter and have many times split housing costs with other adults in residential neighborhoods. I like to garden, I like to go to bed early, I don't like loud noises, and I'm a pleasant neighbor. Those opposed to this change are literally saying you don't want me in your neighborhood. But what I know from my job at Madison Area Community Land Trust is that the current home market is already out of reach for low-income people. We sell subsidized homes in the range of $165,000 to $210,000, because that's what the range a moderate income buyer can afford. And it hardly exists in Madison anymore. Average home prices are above $350,000. So most people who are moderate income, have a stable job, and could maybe afford a home somewhere already can't afford a home in Madison. So they're still renting, and they're restricted in where they can actually live. But homeowners and home buyers in Madison remain mostly high income or those with familial wealth. So who are we actually protecting with this ordinance? If you're trying to make housing more equitable, this is a good step in that direction. Single family home prices will continue to increase with or without this ordinance change, and we should expect that. As housing prices go up, we need to open up access to all of our housing units to renters and unmarried people. This ordinance won't fix the housing crisis, but it will at least open up housing choice for renters. So I urge you to recommend today, or I urge you to pass this item today, and thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Kilsick from District 13. I believe he's on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Matt. I live in the Greenbush neighborhood, and like others who've spoken so far, I'm in full support of the city's objectives to make housing more accessible and equitable. However, the family definition proposal, as written, will have unintended consequences and will actually increase housing costs in several Madison neighborhoods. Look, my wife and I, we were renters for a very long time. We were just recently able to purchase our first home. We were on the house hunt for literally multiple years. We were priced out or outbid multiple times. One house in particular we tried to buy was on the north side of Madison. We offered $320,000 for the house. An investor came in and offered $315,000, all cash. We lost. The investor got the house, even though they offered a lower amount of money than we did. And this happens all the time to people in Madison, right? Families that only have one or two incomes struggle to compete with landlords and investors who can make all cash offers. My wife and I are very lucky that we were able to get our house here in Greenbush. And our house actually used to be a rental that we're now using as an owner-occupied house. I feel confident that had the previous landlord been able to literally over double the rental income they were getting by putting 3 more rent-paying adults in the house, the price would have been significantly higher. And it's not just first-time home buyers that are affected, it's renters as well. There was a gentleman in one of the previous meetings who said he was a landlord and owned multiple houses. He said he stood to make a lot of money by moving groups of 1 or 2 people out of his rental income homes and moving in groups of 4 or 5 people. And why wouldn't he? Landlords are going to make a killing from this change. If they move out people who only have 1 or 2 incomes in their houses and move in groups of 4 or 5 people, they're going to make a lot more money. So how many renters are actually going to lose their homes because of this change? And in the areas near campus, once families are moved out in groups of 5 rent payers and moved in, how does that affect our school system? Madison does have a history of downtown schools closing when families with kids moved out. So look, myself and everyone I've talked to agree there are major issues with how the current family definition is being used against people, and it absolutely needs to be fixed. But there are ways of fixing this without continuing to push housing and rent prices even higher. I implore the city council to oppose this change, or if you're going to approve it with the proposed amendment to limit the number of people to 3 instead of 5. Help fix this problem we have without creating more issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Nicholas Davies from District 15, followed by Sean Hay, Thomas Wilson, and Ian Jameson. So Nicholas, I believe, is on Zoom. Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, my name's Nick. My pronouns are he, him, his. I urge you to repeal this discriminatory ordinance tonight and reject the proposed 3/5 compromise, which would leave some residents with only second-class rights to free association. The current ordinance compels city staff to break up a handful of households per year for no good reason, often at the behest of racially motivated complaints. And that's a few too many, but it also shows that whether or not you're aware of the extent of co-housing in Madison today, this ordinance is not holding back some tidal wave of change. In terms of the overall market, we are talking about an insignificant change. A house that's built for 5 can already have 5 people living in it. Those 5 can include an owner, or those 5 can be renters who meet this family definition, or those 5 can be unrelated adults, so long as the neighbors don't know about this ordinance, don't care, or don't harbor some incidental resentment towards those renters. So if you own such a house and you move out of it for whatever reason, you can already legally rent out that house. And in today's rental market, you will find someone to rent it. Could be a group of 2 or 5 or whatever, but you'll have little trouble finding someone. I know this from experience. So repealing the family definition ordinance will change nothing about the individual choices that homeowners make about their properties. None at all. Discrimination has been baked into this ordinance from the start. In the 1960s, the institution of marriage was inaccessible to much of Madison's queer population. And as a city, we should not be forcing people into marriage in order to justify their housing arrangement like some puritanical theocracy. Yet this is what the ordinance expects. I've also lived with unrelated adults myself at times. Many people I know have. It can be a pathway towards homeownership, but people like me are less likely to encounter this ordinance because the enforcement mechanism is so susceptible to bias, conscious or unconscious. When we deny people the chance to live together and save up for home ownership, we are denying them the opportunity to invest in our community and build generational wealth while creating a system where those 5 people who would like to live together may end up occupying 3 units of housing instead of 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Shea from District 13.
Hi, I'm a near West Side resident and homeowner of nearly 4 decades. I was also a move every August renter in my 20s on the near East Side, so I've been on both sides of the tenant-owner issue. I echo some of Alders, Vitiver, and Evers' concerns that there are some unfortunate outcomes that could possibly result by increasing the number of adults that can occupy households, be they rental or owned, such as the private equity firms and local institutions that may continually outbid same-sex couples, thruples, families of all races trying to get into the market for the first time, and groups of 3 to 5 adult renters outbidding 2-earner income couples, which other people have mentioned. Another concern I have is that well-to-do homeowners and investors might pursue demolition permits to raise existing houses situated side by side for construction of multi-unit buildings, thereby decreasing home ownership options in the future for everybody else. In summation, what if this family definition ordinance change turns out to make housing neither affordable or more accessible as we hoped? I'm wondering what can be done tonight to structure the language for this new ordinance before it's taken to a vote to address these concerns. A new family definition is being enacted all around the country right now. It's the, quote, flavor of the month, so to speak. And on the face of it, it seems like a decent, more fair concept. But it's a relatively new concept, and not enough time has passed to prove how well it actually will work. So I have some suggestions for potential ways to deal with the inaction of this. And one of them is for the city to engage with the banking industry in a partnership to help groups of adults afford down payments for home purchases. If mortgages remain only for 2-party couples, that won't fit this new ordinance change. Another suggestion is to consider replicating a program to incentivize homeownership after rentals fall into disrepair, as was done in Greenbush neighborhood. Another idea is to stipulate that there's a program to incentivize landlords to do land contract arrangements with their tenants so that they can eventually own the homes that they're renting.
You have about 20 seconds left.
In other words, come up with some proactive measures, either these or others, to mitigate and remedy the unexpected adverse effects this change might induce, because we all know it's so much harder to hit the rewind button. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Thomas Wilson of District 13, to be followed by Ian Jameson, to be followed by Douglas Rabel. Thomas?
Hi, good evening. I live on the southeast edge of campus by Brigham Park. My neighborhood has a good percentage of student renters, many of whom live in homes with 3 or 4 more individuals. I'm strongly in favor of this change. Those folks are some of the best neighbors that we have, and some of the owner-occupant neighbors of mine who are here aren't particularly pleasant and don't contribute to the health of a neighborhood. I manage about a dozen properties, houses for friends of mine across town. And I can't imagine from my experience that we're going to see a huge rush to carve up common spaces like bedrooms. I certainly wouldn't advise it to any of the folks that I manage property for in sort of a doomsday style way that's kind of being presented by some folks. But even if that does happen to a few houses, if that meets the needs that are there, I really don't see how it's that terrible or even bad at all. On the other hand, in my own neighborhood in the last 5 years, at least 3 duplexes have been purchased by wealthy individuals, converted to single-family homes, and lived in alone. Now, those 3 properties have been what's driving up the values in my neighborhood. And I know those folks, they're really good people, and I'm glad they're here. But what I'm really hearing is that it's perfectly fine, considered perfectly normal for 5 wealthy individuals to buy 5 single-family homes with multiple bedrooms, multiple bathrooms, but the same 5 people, or people who can't afford it, pooling their resources and living in a home that they don't own is somehow not okay, or that somehow that's taking away from families, but the former is not. So the 5 people, I keep hearing like people with good incomes from Epic or Exact Sciences. So yeah, so 5 people shouldn't pool their resources and live together. They should buy 5 houses and live by themselves, and somehow that's going to make more housing available for families. It doesn't make sense. I don't buy it. I hope you don't either. Please support this measure and please do not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ian Jamison from District 6, to be followed by Douglas Robel, to be followed by David Hughes. Do we have Ian?
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I'm from District 6. I'd like to share my strong support for this agenda item without the amendment. The current family definition discriminates against renters, students, and others whose family does not meet the preferred definition of the city. It forces landlords and others to discriminate against these groups in violation of the city's own equal opportunities ordinance. It's more than overdue for a change. The proposed change would address this issue and make the city a fairer, more tolerant place for everyone to live. Homeowners should not live by a different set of rules than renters, period, especially considering the class and racial differences between each of these groups. Discrimination against renters all too often becomes a thin facade, allowing for racial, age, and class discrimination. The current standards not only foster this discrimination, but they require it. Some will argue for more time to study this change or to exclude certain parts of the city for updates. But discrimination should not be tolerated anywhere, ever, in any city, especially in progressive Madison. No additional time studying this is worth the cost of allowing discrimination to continue in the meantime. Narrow tweaks or expansions of the family definition still leaves the city in charge of determining who does and doesn't count as family. That's wrong. People determine who they consider their family, not the government. Leaving this in the hands of the city perpetuates a cycle where reporting and enforcement is selectively targeted at groups younger, poorer, and less right. It's wrong. I urge this committee to do the right and equitable thing and end the city-mandated policy of discrimination with greatest urgency. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Douglas Robel of District 5, to be followed by David Hughes, to be followed by Gloria Reyes. Douglas?
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the plan one-size-fits-all implementation of the proposed changes to the City of Madison zoning regulations. My opposition isn't to the general goals of the proposed changes. I think everybody can pretty much get on board with that. But it focuses on the application of these changes, particularly to the near campus neighborhoods and impacts that will follow, which I think will include the opposite intended effect and also possible long-term harm to these neighborhoods. Let me be clear that the pressure on these neighborhoods around campus by student housing interests are real and unique across from the city of Madison. Madison planning personnel have stated how all the building going on campus will diminish the demand for houses in the near campus neighborhoods, and I just haven't seen it. Based on the zoning, I see a fairly clear delineation these days between the student areas and the zone other non-student areas. And I'll give you an example of some of the demand for this. There's a property just a half a block from me that is in an area which is zoned for more for the families. And it was purchased in 2018 by the CEO of a real estate management company for his son to reside in during college with his roommates. They did this by buying the house for $485,000 and turning it over to his son's name so that they could live there with as many students as he wanted. The result was there are multiple complaints from the neighbors about parties, people urinating in their backyard, trash, sidewalks getting shoveled, grass not being mowed. And it mirrors what you see if you go into the student-dominated neighborhoods. And if you doubt the financial motivation for this, other people spoke about it. If you just go up the road from where I live, up on Monroe Street, the nice big new apartments like the Lark, for example, they charge $1,000 a month per student plus $250 for parking to share a 4-bedroom apartment. They can easily command that, get $4,000 or $5,000 a month for a larger house in the neighborhood. And this is a close-knit neighborhood, traditional families, retired adults, whether they're renters or owners, it doesn't really matter to me in that sense. But these are people who are deeply invested in their neighborhood and have developed long-term relationships with their neighbors and help the community. This is something you don't get with the transient nature of students through it. And I'm afraid that what's going to happen is it's going to make these neighborhoods less affordable to pretty much everybody except students, particularly students who have wealthy parents, and drive out long-term both renters and owners.
About 20 seconds left.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is David Hughes of District 5, to be followed by Gloria Reyes, to be followed by Greg Waterman. David?
David, you have a prompt on your screen to unmute.
Thank you very much. Did not see the prompt. I appreciate that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. First off, I believe addressing housing is absolutely necessary and needed in Madison and Dane County, quite honestly. I've lived in Madison for 19 years. I feel I've got a unique perspective. I'm a single family homeowner on the near west side. And I also own a 2-story, 3-unit building that I purchased when I first moved into town 19 years ago on West Wilson near the Capitol. In case anybody's interested, that's zoned PD. My home is zoned TRC2, traditional residential. So I consider myself a micro or even a nano landlord in town here. I am, however, not in favor of the proposed change. And here are a couple of reasons why. The rest of the group has expressed a lot of how I feel, but I do feel that I wanted to mention a couple of things. So, one question I've got is, where was the long-term planning designed to address this eventuality? I realize that we're talking about it now, and that's fantastic, but why wasn't this something that was taken up over the last 5 or 10 years? When I look at all of the bedrooms that have been built in this town since I've been here, it's probably tens of thousands at the very least. I look at the Downtown Madison Inc. development tracker, and there are 2,200 units either being built or planned on that development tracker, and that's just in the downtown area on the isthmus. And that is current right now. So over the last 5-10 years, I can't imagine how many bedrooms have been put into this town. Additionally, you've got the transit-oriented development that is, I believe, not only proposed, but passed. I might be wrong on that. And that already allows for increased density in certain areas. It feels like we are rushing to balance this inequity on the backs of current single-family homeowners. And I just feel like it needs a longer-term look. I realize some folks don't agree with that. I regularly get mail offers to buy both of my properties.
About 20 seconds left.
Thank you. I got one today from an area code in Chicago. Clearly not someone who lives here, wants to buy my house and and probably turn it into a rental property. There are softwares that track meetings like this.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gloria Reyes, to be followed by Greg Waterman, to be followed by Kim Richmond. Gloria?
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay. So I'm speaking in opposition of item number 74885. As a longtime resident of Madison, former deputy mayor and school board president, I'm concerned about the direction that the mayor and some city council members are leading us. I'm here tonight to express my opposition to changes in the zoning code that redefine the standards of unrelated parties living in single-family homes. Changing the zoning code doesn't create more housing, which is what we urgently need today. We have spent years talking about equity in this city. I am tired of our city leaders talking about equity when we get a real chance to realize equity and we don't take on the opportunities. You begin to propose policies that on the surface sounds equitable, but really it does nothing to close the disparity gap in housing. I have witnessed for the past 4 years passing budgets and policies without conducting an equity analysis to ensure that we are not having unintended consequences. Black people and brown people want to own homes. They want to live in these neighborhoods. So changing the family definition does nothing to make these housing units and developments more affordable, particularly when you're close to campus. It's a prime opportunity for developers to come into our neighborhoods and build. We're in a student housing crisis. Students are going to want to move in these neighborhoods. We have to learn from our past. In the 60s, we saw changes, right? Developers started buying single-family homes in the downtown area, and slowly families started moving out. So what did that do to our schools? It impacted, it decreased enrollment in our schools. So we had to close like 8 schools in this city. So yes, we were at a different time in history at that time when students' enrollments went high, increased at UW. But we still have that issue with student housing issues. We need a city government to be a partner to industry.
You have about 30 seconds.
And to all stakeholders. Most importantly, accountability and transparency. And we need to close the racial equity gap in housing and home ownership. And, you know, Black and brown people we can provide a path, right? So when we talk about equity, we can provide a path for Black and Latino and Asian home ownership in this city. So let's not view people of color in a deficit lens.
That's your time. Thank you. Next registrant is Greg Waterman of District 13, to be followed by Kim Richmond, to be followed by Rachel Fields. Greg?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity to be heard tonight. I'm Greg Waterman, and I've owned 3 homes on Brittingham Place for the past 20 years, and my wife and I live in one of them. I submitted written comments to the Plan Commission on February 4th and 13th, which I copied to all alders, and I trust you've all read and considered all the written comments, so I'll try not to repeat myself here. I think council should attempt to get more solid information about the likely effect of this action, and at the very least consider the proposal to limit any increase from 2 unrelated renters to 3 in the near campus areas. Revising this legislation to sunset in a few years is a lot more sensible, especially in light of the absence of solid information about its impact on housing access and affordability. After several years, the city will have some data and evidence and will be better positioned for any amendments to improve the zoning to better meet the city's good intentions. Thank you again for your good work on this and for hearing me.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kim Richmond of District 16, to be followed by Rachel Fields, to be followed by Bonnie Gruber. Kim?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening all. I've been fortunate enough to have owned a home for a very long time here on the far east side of Madison in a very residential area, and I have absolutely loved it. It's been a great place to settle down, raise a family, and neighbors around here will tell you that as well. It's something I wish every resident in our city could experience if they want to, and that is the opportunity to own a home and to build equity. It's very difficult to afford a home in Madison, and it hits close to home. My daughter couldn't find an affordable first-time home to buy here in Madison. She had to move to Janesville to pursue home ownership, even though she has a very good full-time position and also works part-time. She wanted to live here in Madison, but couldn't. We crunched the numbers. It's more economical for her to drive from Janesville 5 days per week. This isn't what we want for our kids. It's also very difficult to afford rent, and I don't like that it's pricing good people out of our neighborhoods and out of our city. I keep hearing about a housing crisis. We have a shortage, I get it, but is it really a crisis? The city has the city has added some 4,000 units this year alone, but what kind of units are they? We're way low on ownership opportunities, and all I see across the entire east side and the city are rentals. Large apartment buildings filling every space. Some of you want to, quote, redefine family for zoning purposes, unquote. It's not really about the definition of family And this requirement is going to incentivize out-of-state investors and absentee landlords. Areas near campus will be hit hardest for sure, but this will be citywide. This is not incentive for ownership, it's just the opposite. It'll make it more expensive to own a home and limit the options as well. In a city that struggles with racial disparities, this will make that divide even worse. It's a move away from equity, diversity, and inclusivity. I'm a local guy. I want people owning their homes here. I want us doing business with local realtors, local landlords, and local builders. I urge you all to vote no on this redefinition of family proposal. If you can't vote no, then please vote to refer it to a later date so the city can do more research into the many unintended consequences this could bring. Good evening and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rachel Fields of District 13, to be followed by Bonnie Gruber, to be followed by Evan Bonsall. Rachel?
Thank you. Hi, I live in Dudgeon Monroe, and I'm strongly in support of changing the family definition. As others have said, it's an antiquated definition that privileges an outdated notion of family and keeps Madison housing unaffordable. First, I understand the concerns people have about absentee landlords and student rentals. My question for you is, are they really more important than the concerns about housing being totally unaffordable and inaccessible in our city? Housing in Madison is becoming much more expensive. One-bedroom apartments near downtown frequently rent for more than $1,500 a month. And just to put that in context, to comfortably afford that rent, you need to be making at least $75,000 a year, or you need to be able to pool the rent with other people. So right now, if you don't make that amount of money, you have real concerns about not being able to find housing, about being priced out of your current home, or if you choose to bypass the law and rent with a group of 3 or more people, the concern about being evicted. And then on the other side, I see homeowners are understandably concerned that if we change the definition, their neighborhoods where they've spent a lot of money to live will deteriorate due to more rental properties and student rentals. I know that they're worried that families will become less common, renters will move in, housing will start becoming more unkempt, and the character of the neighborhood will suffer. I get that that's a real concern, but I think when weighed against the fear of losing housing, and if you have not experienced that fear, I urge you to think about the desperation you would feel if you couldn't afford to live in your home. The concern about your neighborhood slightly deteriorating is not as significant, and honestly, it could even be seen as somewhat selfish. We need to make Madison more affordable to live in, and one of the best ways to do that is allowing people to rent together in groups. I'm also opposed to an overlay that would exempt neighborhoods like mine from this definition. Many of the neighborhoods on the near west side were historically redlined. And if we say that near west side neighborhoods are exempt from this definition, we're essentially creating a modern red line saying that these neighborhoods should only be accessible if you're wealthy enough to buy a home or rent an expensive unit. In many cases, the people wealthy enough to do that will be white. I don't think we can in good conscience exempt neighborhoods that historically amassed wealth by keeping others out. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bonnie Gruber of District 13, to be followed by Evan Bonsall, to be followed by John Brown. Bonnie?
Hello. I have lived for about 60 years near Vilas Park, District 13. My husband and I raised 2 sons, one of whom served on the Madison City Council. We've had a good life. It was a good place to raise kids. I want to talk on behalf of future kids, present and future kids, not my own who are grown up now. And first of all, I need to remind you of the law of economics, that price is based on supply and demand. And if this proposal goes through, there'll be more real estate investors that will want to buy these houses because they can charge higher rents for 5 adults than they can for a family with 1 or 2 wage earning adults. So the sale price and the rental for all of the housing in our district is going to go up. It's going to get less accessible to the people who have limited income. Side effects would be decreased school enrollment, because the families wouldn't be able to afford to live here and there'd be nobody to go to school. So then they end up closing schools again. More cars and traffic. 5 adults are likely to have more cars than 1 or 2 adults and 3 kids. More absentee landlords, particularly ones that don't live around here, don't see what the problems are. And the other thing is that the increase in property values, which is going to take place anyway, but if it's absentee landlords, that increase goes to the landlords, not to the renters. And so instead of the money or the value staying here in Madison, it's going to wherever these absentee landlords are from.
You have about 30 seconds left.
I was just going to wind up and saying, please vote against this proposal. You can't vote against it, postpone it, but don't pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Evan Bonsall of District 2, to be followed by John Brown, to be followed by Alex Saludos. Evan?
Thank you. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. Others have already spoken and written very eloquently about the...
Evan, can you come just a little closer to the mic?
Sure, thank you. Others have already spoken and written much more eloquently than I can about the exclusionary and discriminatory effects of the current family definition in Madison. So I'm just going to speak about a couple of personal experiences I have that I feel might be relevant to your decision tonight. First, I've actually been in your shoes before. Until recently, I was a local elected official. I lived in a small city of about 20,000 people in Michigan's Upper Peninsula called Marquette. While Marquette is much smaller than Madison, it's similar in many important respects. It's a lakefront community that has a healthy tourist industry. It's a college town where about 1/4 to 1/3 of the population are students, and a majority of residents are renters. And in the past decade, it has faced a severe housing affordability crisis. When I was 22, I ran for an at-large seat on my town's city council, talking about housing affordability, pledging to make that a top priority. I was elected and ultimately served for over 3 years on the city council and chaired my town's housing strategy committee. In Marquette, our zoning code allowed for unrelated people to live together regardless of where they lived in our community. This did not cause any significant problems. We had a strong rental code and fire safety code and noise ordinance, which generally prevented substantial safety, health, or quality of life issues. And in over 3 years on council, I received exactly 1 email or phone call from a homeowner complaining about their neighborhood being disrupted by students moving into a former single-family home. Their concerns were easily and quickly addressed by city staff. If anything, we had a much bigger problem with what a gentleman was talking about earlier, wealthy individuals or investors buying up duplexes and triplexes and converting them back into single-family homes or converting them into short-term rentals. Now, if the quiet little town I used to live in was able to have that family definition policy in place for years with no substantial negative impacts or public outcry, I hope Madison could adopt a similar policy. Second, I just want to briefly share my experience with you as a new Madison resident.
You have about 30 seconds.
Thank you. I moved here in search of opportunity, like many people in Madison. I'm a first-year high school social studies teacher. I came here to find work. My wife has lived here for about 4 years. We live together in the same apartment that she's lived in during those 4 years. We love Madison and we want to stay here, but what worries us about our ability to do so is not relatively modest reforms like the item being discussed tonight. It is the absolute lack of affordable housing in our city and housing options. I hope you will vote yes tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next registrant is John Brown of District 14, to be followed by Alex Saludos, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe. John?
Yes, I need no introduction. For several years, we have been doing housing. For several years, many of you in here is different than when I first came in. But during those several years of housing, we have told many residents who are up on the low income level to bloodthirsty landlords. And I don't understand how we can be in silence when we come into this common council to help our communities. And each community is 20 districts. And I have did a lot of study with common councils, and I come to find that no residents in their community know the common councils. They don't know where to take their complaints. And I see this as a discrimination towards common council because everyone put in a position to do an order, which we cannot do our jobs as nonprofits if the common council can't hold us accountable and we hold the common council accountable for our citizens that is left behind. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alex Saludos of District 5, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe, to be followed by Ron Rosner. Alex?
Thanks, Mayor. Should the zoning code discriminate against adults based on whether or not they're related or if they rent? It's not okay in the opinion of the Attorney General of Wisconsin. It's not okay according to the American Planning Association 2022 Equity and Zoning Policy Guide. However, the first proposal before you discriminates against unrelated adults. The second proposal discriminates against both renters and unrelated adults, if I read it correctly. Both proposals are contrary to the recommendations of the APA. Even though the recommendations are in widespread use around the country, as one gentleman pointed out, staff has some concerns about implementing them. We don't know what they are and haven't been able to have an opportunity to address them given the process. Based on APA's recommendations and a review of literature, defining family using the functional family or functional household is the best practice to remove all discrimination, improve equity, achieve the goals of controlling density, protecting privacy, and stabilizing community character, which is important to our neighbors that live near campus, and satisfy the constitutional constraints of zoning law as well as Madison's Equal Opportunities Ordinance. I ask that you follow the recommendations of the APA. Finally, these two, I hate to say it, half-baked solutions have become a flashpoint in the community. Why? Because the administration, staff, and a number of council members appear to have violated the open meetings law. The APA also made recommendations on how to implement this legislation, including involvement of marginalized communities. None of them, it appears, have been followed. Legislation like this has significant public policy implications and should not be drafted by staff in secret with alders and the mayor. A subcommittee or task force needs to do the research with support from staff and draft legislation in an open and transparent way that offers our neighbors meaningful opportunities for input. We've lived with the current ordinance for decades. Why jam a half-baked solution down your constituents' throats?
You have about 30 seconds left.
Okay. If you do, I expect the next council will revisit this to clean it up in a few weeks. Does the end justify the means? Refer this to a special committee.
Thank you. Our next registrant, I'm sorry, there's no applause. Thank you very much. Our next registrant is Bonnie Rowe of District 11, to be followed by Ron Rosner, to be followed by Michael Wincor. Bonnie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Common Council. And thank you, Alex, for those words, which I couldn't agree with more. I really wanted to call in just to show my opposition for this proposal. I really don't understand the rationale that this change will increase equity and inclusion for anyone. The ones to benefit most will probably be absentee landlords, out-of-town investors, and others. Madison has a huge shortage in ownership stock and a huge racial disparity rate in home ownership, with Black Madisonians at the bottom. We need more ownership options, and nearly all the city's new development has been dense market rate rentals. If we want to be serious about shrinking disparity rates and giving those most severely set back by the racist policies and redlining of our past an opportunity to finally build generational wealth, we need
Honey, we've lost your audio. Did you mute yourself? Looks associated about.
She just disappeared from Zoom.
Okay, so we'll reserve the final 2 minutes for Bonnie if she zooms back in. And we'll go on then to Ron Rosner of District 5, to be followed by Michael Wincourt, to be followed by Kathy Liska.
Thank you. The proposal before the council tonight will affect 50,000 single-family homes in the city. It will increase by 150% the occupancy limits for single-family homes, and it will threaten the integrity of family neighborhoods. I understand that an amendment will be placed before the council by Alders, Evers, and Vitiver to temporarily exclude neighborhoods which are highly vulnerable to conversion, and I fully support that proposal. Based on a 1974 U.S. Supreme Court decision, as well as several lower court decisions, I believe the Evers-Vitiver amendment would easily pass legal muster if challenged. At the root of the city's proposal is the contention that different occupancy limits for rental properties and owner-occupied properties is inequitable. The city is correct in its contention that most cities apply similar occupancy limits for both classes, but its proposal fails to recognize that most occupancy limits for unrelated are in the range of 2 to 4. Madison is proposing that for the sake of equity, the limits on rental property be up to 5, not recognizing that 5 is largely an outlier, especially among campus communities. A common explanation for not exceeding 3 and 4 occupants is that the prospect of higher gross rents that can be earned from renting to 4, and especially to 5, is an invitation to landlords to compete in the market for single-family properties. In campus communities where the demand for rental housing is strong, the conversion to rental use accelerates, significantly altering the character of the neighborhood. As the proportion of rental housing increases, it can reach a tipping point, sometimes as low as 15% rental, at which point the neighborhood is unable to reverse the trend to rental nor recover.
About 30 seconds.
The zoning code is the tool cities ordinarily use to control where and how development occurs. But in abandoning the limits on occupancy, the city is effectively sweetening the rewards for landlords and then getting out of the way. In short, I believe the city fails to appreciate the potential harm this proposal will inflict on near-campus neighborhoods, which is my reason for supporting the Evers-Vitiver amendment.
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Michael Wincourt from District 5, to be followed by Kathy Liska, to be followed by Maddie Reese.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I'll try to keep this brief. We've been in our home for 33 years. We're on the 2500 block of Chamberlain. It's a very family, neighborly community, and there are rentals and non-owner occupied homes at times, and it's worked out well. But in one case, and so I can only point sort of my personal experience being on a near campus site in which housing for students is a priority, one of the homes, and I'll read from a letter, just a short bit that I wrote, that was problematic. During the summers, the same family returns to use this home over the school year it is routinely rented out. One semester, there were 4 unrelated young university students living there in violation of city code, as it were, and each one had their own vehicle. So that meant there were 4 cars squeezed onto their property. Not only was their driveway completely filled with these 4 cars, but at various intervals, all of them had their current beaux or partners staying over, and yet there would be another 4 cars that would have to find street parking. Now, this was just one home, and there are many homes on our block that could in principle be converted to rental properties. If you sort of run the camera forward and look at the film, that would destroy, in my opinion, the family neighborly oriented communities that exist in some of the near campus properties. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kathy Liska of Interlaced Pass, to be followed by Maddie Reese, to be followed by Barbara Erlenborn.
Thank you for having this meeting. My husband and I have been homeowners in Madison for 50 years. We first got our first home on Commonwealth Avenue because there was an FHA loan available. How many of those are available anymore? That's something we need to do to improve the prospects for anyone who doesn't have sufficient income to buy the house at a current rate. We need to increase loan opportunities through our local credit unions. We need to have another program. In 1980, we were able to have the toilet in the basement made into a proper bathroom. We did a few other improvements also. We qualified for a city loan, City of Madison loan. We paid $36.81 a month until that loan was paid up. That was it. We need programs like that. If we really want to improve equity for people who cannot afford houses at the current level, we need to work on creating more programs, work with local banks and credit unions. We can also do some kind of a tax incentive. There are tax incentives for businesses. There could be for people who need to be included in the home ownership market. Everyone else has stated a number of things about the changes that would occur in the neighborhood, the schools closing and all that, pushing more people, families out to the suburbs. That would all be part of it. As far as renters renting a house and gaining a backyard, that cannot happen because that space would be required for parking, since off-street parking is required. So the backyards would go as far as sitting in a sun porch. The porch would go too. It would become some kind of a bedroom to increase the amount of money the out-of-state developer could get for that particular apartment. So the quality of life changes completely when the house is filled up with people who are temporary. Now, one of the things I read was that we need something like 40,000 more housing units because 70,000 people are coming. So all of a sudden, we can only put less than 2 people in each of those 40,000 housing units, 70,000 people in 40,000 housing units.
About 30 seconds left.
So there's a lot of research and math that needs to be redone. Please postpone the vote or oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Maddie Reese of Wanakee, to be followed by Barbara Erlenborn, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe.
Good evening. I am here actually in support. So I manage a home out in McFarland that actually has 6 bedrooms, 4.5 bathrooms. Through our organization, we have been able to house 5 homeless people inside of that home. Now, I believe that the ordinance is 4 in Madison. Come on, Madison, it's time that we get in the game. I do see where both sides are coming from. I'm a suburban girl. My parents moved me into the suburbs when I was about 3 years old. I say that when they say pushing folks out of the areas, sometimes living in the city, sometimes it's better for these marginalized folks, myself, the equity folks that you guys sit here and talk about, that's me. Sometimes it's a plus to go that way, to move your families that way. So as we sit here tonight and we think about passing or opposing, I want you guys to consider the fact that passing this ordinance is going to help our homeless population. It allows landlords to stay in the game because we know that the market has risen in Wisconsin to even have a home. So I am here to support it. If I have heard both sides, and I take some things and I'm like, they're right there, but then I take some things and say that is a little more important. So while you're thinking about what you're going to do, because it lies on you, you guys sit here and you have a very, very important position in our communities. And I ask that you take it very, very seriously and you think very, very wisely when you're making these decisions. And I just want to say, let's try to do the right thing for everybody here in our community. But I say it helps a lot of people if you guys just move it up. If you guys just move it up, just one person. They're asking for one more person. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Barbara Erlenborn of District 13, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe. Barbara?
Okay, hi. Finally figured out how to do this. Okay. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Maddie, I agree. This is a very, very big decision to make, and I do think there has to be a pause. And this is why. I oppose changing the residential zoning ordinance. History has proved over and over again here in Madison and all over the country that increasing the number of non-related folks who can rent a non-owner occupied house will create Mifflin-like areas in the most vulnerable neighborhoods, Dudgeon Monroe, Vilas Region, and Greenbush. And I have lived in Dudgeon Monroe for 50-some years, and it has been a joy. I refer to this paper, this white paper that was written by, let's see here, Matthew Sorensen and Professor Brian Ohm from our own University of Wisconsin, Madison Extension, Department of Urban and Regional Planning. The title of this paper is How to Define Family, the Special Case of Regulating Student Rental Housing in Single-Family Residential Neighborhoods in Wisconsin's college and university communities. It is an excellent paper, and it talks about not only things here in many college towns here in Wisconsin, but also nationwide. A few key points from this white paper is that a common approach used by many communities with colleges or universities to limit the conversion of single-family homes to rental student housing is through the definition of the term family in the local zoning ordinance. Just one sec here, okay. This approach received the approach received the approval of the U.S. Supreme Court in the 1974 case Village of Belterre versus Boras, in an attempt to address issues related to students from nearby Stony Brook University, New York. The village zoning ordinance defined family as not more than two unrelated individuals. The Supreme Court upheld this definition.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Oh, okay, sorry. Now, the economics were talked about, and I just want to also say that the situation now is much worse than it was in the 1960s when the R4A zoning ordinance went into effect. And I'm asking for a pause to be put on this decision, or at least to go along and with Alder Tag Evers and Regina, their supporting document. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak is Bonnie Rowe. And Bonnie, sorry that we lost you, but you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much for having me back. I'm not at home, so. And I don't know what you guys heard and what you didn't, but I just wanted to say that when absentee landlords can charge 5 unrelated students or individuals $800 or more each per month, they are the ones who will be benefiting and raking it in. No couple or family or small group of people can compete with that. The values around these properties will go up, in part because landlords will make so much off of rent, and in part because there will be fewer homes available on the market to own. It will also hurt people who have lived in their homes for years, if not decades, and it will make it more difficult for those from marginalized backgrounds or those among us who don't have significant wealth to buy a home. So I fail to see how this proposal does any of the things it is claimed to do as far as equity, diversity, and inclusion. In my opinion, it seems it would only make matters worse. I hope this will be voted down tonight. If not, I hope Alder Evers' amendment passes to at least offer some temporary protection to the area likely to be hardest hit. But my fear is this vote will happen in a hurry while the votes might still be there. I believe it's an unpopular move in our city, and I don't think it's in the best interest of anyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. One more registrant wishing to speak, Caleb Allen James Holton from Oregon. Do we have Caleb?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, I signed up kind of last minute. So it was mentioned earlier that it's likely that the people will end up living in homes past the current limits anyway. And I'd like to point to that as a reason for why the change in the family definition is a good idea. That when market pressures encourage people to live past the current limits, it introduces discretionary decision making among people neighbors and those who live around them. It allows a situation in which people can be penalized for reasons that aren't necessarily specific to their infraction. Oh buddy, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I think it's a really positive change, moving this family definition up. I have 3 kids, and it was mentioned before that it was difficult for some people's kids to find homes in the city, and this is another an important piece of what I see as a larger strategy by the city to try to encourage affordable living in the city, and I think that's a really great thing, and something I'd really like to see as a parent. I'd like to be able to see a future where my kids can afford to live in this city, and that's this is a really great part of that. Just specifically to the agenda this evening, I think the amendment is a bad idea. I don't believe that it is the right solution to be singling out neighborhoods like that. And again, I'd like to say that I support the change in the family definition. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. I believe that is all of our registrants wishing to speak. So we'll turn now to questions for registrants on item 3. Are there any questions from the council? Alder Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I think the person's name was David Hughes. Is he still available?
Do we have David Hughes still?
Yeah, David, if you could click the unmute prompt.
Go ahead, Alder.
Well, my question is, he talked about 2 things. He talked about developers using a traffic software. I wanted to hear more about that. He mentioned it, but he didn't get into the definition. And he also talked about long-term planning, and I wanted to know, did he have any recommendations for that if he's still around?
David, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. I think, David, we need you to unmute yourself on your end. You're allowed to speak on our end. The prompt might be hidden under a window. Although I'm not sure he's there or apparently unable to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions from Alders? Alder Figueroa Cole?
So can I ask a question from someone that is available to speak? Is that where we are right now?
Yes, anyone, any of the registrants.
Yes, can I please get Justice Castadeña if he's on the line?
Do we have Justice Castaneda on the Zoom?
Yes, we do. Justice, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. Hi, Justice. We received an email from you this afternoon explaining some efforts that you took up on yourself to do some research in regards to this issue. Could you please share with the council your findings?
Hi. Yeah, no, I was, we're only a few weeks into it, but I was just kind of asked. But I didn't really, I should start with, I'm kind of apoplectic. I don't understand how this is a contentious issue really, but but two separate groups asked me to look into the degree to which this change might affect speculative acquisition, meaning would it really do what I think a lot of the speakers have talked or spoken to, which is increase the likelihood of landlords or property owners coming in, buying property to raise rents and to maximize profitability. And we looked, so I have a team of folks that I work with around the United States, researchers, that we've been looking at a lot of the zoning changes as it's related to affordability in different cities, in different types of cities. It gets kind of nerdy about the typology, about the way that we classify the different cities. But we looked from 2000 is to see whether or not there's been any significant increase of that type of activity when we've had changes in the definition of family as part of the zoning ordinances. And there are none that have happened. There's no significant data or any examples around the United States where that's happened. It is happening because of the housing crisis in many cities, but there is nothing suggesting that this is causing it. In many cases, there's more of an instance of this creating more housing for a lot of our lower income folks in the cities and the urban and metro areas where we looked. So there's no correlation there per se. There are a lot of, I mean, you guys are the experts on this. You guys know this. And I think this conversation is kind of a testament to it. There is a lot of changes and a lot of things that go on in any particular city in any year across the United States around zoning. So we're not done per se. So I can't, I'm just saying that in general, the notable ones in terms of the cities. So I look at Boulder, Salt Lake City, cities that are similar to Madison. I call them Charlie Alpha cities, but that means a capital city that has a flagship university in it. So when we've looked at some of these cities, Boulder's not one of them, Salt Lake City is. When we've looked at these cities, there's no correlation or significant, there's nothing to suggest that that's actually going to happen. I understand it though as a rhetorical device, but it isn't happening. So I hope, I don't know, Alder, if that answered your question, but that's what we're speaking to.
Thank you, Justice.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Yeah, Justice, I have just one quick question. You said that this was the preliminary. I'm just curious, are you gonna be coming out with a white paper in the next few months?
Maybe it's not really. This isn't really far. It was kind of just. I'm curious about it.
I
The
understand.
thing, as it affects us in terms of, there's a lot of things that have been said. I think this all gets very nerdy and esoteric, and a lot of it, is just it take a lot of time. And I really appreciate how late you guys go with these things. There's a lot of misconceptions about wealth generation in general vis-a-vis home ownership. I mean, when you buy a house, unless you are independently wealthy, you didn't buy a house. The bank bought the house. You just bought the debt. And a lot of times when we're looking at debt acquisition, we're seeing an increase exponentially of our lowest income and our folks of color, and not so much in terms of wealth generation, where there are significant examples in models that can demonstrate that getting into co-housing situations are actually much more effective at wealth generation over time than conventional home ownership. So again, this conversation has gotten really interesting in Madison, I think, but so we just kind of did this. Again, I think we're a few weeks away just from having a better handle on it. I, generally speaking, and this is kind of where I relish the opportunity to do things like this that get to kind of pique my intellectual or my nerdy curiosity that also coincide with my work at Commonwealth Development. So I think, in terms of our, I think, unapologetic support of the creation of low income and repatriating the concept of low income housing and housing stability, this is just one of those things that I felt like it was really interesting. But honestly, because of, like I said, I was kind of taken aback at the contentious nature of this, because it isn't really, with the council's recent move towards the increase of accessible dwelling units, and also just recognizing the need for more wealth generation opportunities, I don't see this as being a very, I guess I'm kind of apoplectic as to why this is very contentious. There's no real reason for it to be. It seems like a very simple thing. And if you think about the history of how families have been defined, for Madison, I just think this is kind of a common sense thing. I do understand a lot of people's concern, though, and I don't ever want to act like it's not legitimate, or, I do understand it, but I think a lot of it's more rhetorical device than based on what actually will happen. I think a lot of the folks who are seeing this actually will be, there's a lot of examples. Different day, Alder Carter, we could sit down and have some coffee about some of the examples we looked at in looking at Portland, looking at Salt Lake City and Boulder, about how this actually played out. And when you look at some of the earlier cases and you look at 10 years later, you would find that the changes in the actual neighborhoods where people were concerned have been non-existent. But, again, I really do. I love Madison. I love the people. I love that people are engaged. So I really do appreciate people's concern. Alder, I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, and I will call you about that coffee.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions for registrants. So if not, then Alder Evers.
Yeah, I have a question just for Justice to follow up on. And I appreciate your testimony and your insight. Did any of the cities that you look at actually, it seemed like you were talking about ADUs and changing definitions to allow for co-housing and cooperative arrangements. That seems like a changing. We're actually, I think, keeping the definition of family, but changing who it applies to. Do you know specifically if there is a parallel to what we're talking about here, or did they actually change the definition of family to allow for what a functional family definition or an intentional community definition?
Same and same. Sorry that the way that I put that together, that was just for that was just in shorthand. It was the same. The conversations, if you go into it and all the reference, we can go into. I can show you. I mean, it was similar. It's almost the same in terms of the language. I think, you know, and I have the highest regard for the city staff. I mean, they basically looked at a lot of the same language that was used around the United States to make the same changes. And so I don't know that I'm talking about anything different. But so I don't know if that helps you with the question. I guess I'm a little confused about the.
No, it's all right. It's probably not worth getting into the weeds now, but I think I'll take you up on that coffee with Alder Carter.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahilihi?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Harrington McKinney is online with her phone, and she would like to ask Barbara Eddingborn to come to the stage and finish up her thoughts.
To ask who, I'm sorry?
Barbara Eddingborn.
Oh, yes. Do we have Barbara here still?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much for the opportunity to finish my little talk. I wanted to talk about the economics of the zoning change. It's mammoth. The situation now is much worse than the 1960s, and that was in Madison. So when you're looking at history, we just have to look at our own city to see that what was created. So right now, it's worse because we have a greater housing shortage. We are not just talking about students. We're also talking about adults who will merge salaries to pay high rents for residences and then outpricing families. We're also talking about international companies are capitalizing on the housing shortage. They will buy up properties and then rent them out. All families, regardless of income, will be competing for housing with 5 unrelated people who can afford 2 to 3 times the rent that a couple of combined families with children can afford. Purchasing single-family homes in Madison will become even more costly. So in summary, 1, the zoning ordinance limiting the number of renters in a non-owner occupied house has been upheld by the Supreme Court. 2, the amendment, though well-intended, will not make housing more affordable for low and moderate income people. And 3, this amendment as it stands should be filed and further study should be given to it. And the proposal should then be reintroduced. And 4, consider seriously Tag Evers and Regina alternate proposal to change the zoning. I guess I just want to say I did give the alders this paper, and if you could take time not to make a decision tonight and look at this paper that's written by the MS candidate Matthew Sorensen and Professor Brian Ohm. It is amazing that this problem is all over the country about college towns and single family homes. So it's not recreating the wheel. It's like looking at another way to solve the problem. Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me extra time.
Thank you, Alder. I just want to check. I think it's possible that Alder Harrington McKinney is in the attendees list under the name Christ the Solid Rock. And so if that's you, Alder, perhaps you could raise your hand and staff can promote you into the Zoom. All right, we do have, any more questions on item 3? Seeing none, we have one registrant on item 73, Caleb Allen James Holton of Meadowview Road on item 73. We have Caleb still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
So I'm speaking on this particular item because I read the language in this the law there, and I think obviously that it's just a cleanup change that's being done, but I did wonder that since the change is being made, whether there might be more intentionality put into the language on whether the activities are being done in the presence of others. It seems as though it's odd to speak about this in a public way, but like we won't. It's a really consequential thing for someone to get charged with something, and so I think it's important for the language to be as specific to the infraction that could potentially happen as possible, and nothing in the current language for that for this issue is specific to the consent of the people viewing the actions, and that's kind of really inherent to what we think of, I think, when it comes to the problem at hand. And so to keep last year, sorry, my son's talking behind me. I'm talking to somebody in a meeting right now, but okay. Lassiter, I'm sorry. I will come fix your picnic in just a second, okay? I'm very sorry. But that's kind of just the root of it, is that just like if this is being changed, it might be worth being more specific in the language to make sure that potentially that we're only getting people in charged who are doing legitimately bad things like that. And that's the interest I took in this, was that just wanting to make sure that that the language in the law specifically reflected a scenario in which something we would imagine bad is happening. And I worry that the current language could be open to interpretation and potential abuse. Thanks.
Thank you. So our only registrant on item 73, are there any questions? Seeing none, that is the end of public comment. Alder Vitiver.
May we take a 10-minute recess, please?
Moved and seconded for a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we will take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:29. Okay, folks, it's time. If I can have alders back in seats and on the screen, please. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, I think we are there. All right, so I will call us back to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Verveer. Here. Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vidavere. Alder Vidavere is present. Alder Wahelier. Here. Alder Wahelier is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett. Here. Alder Bennett is present. Alder Carter. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter is present. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry. Here. Vice President Curry is present. Alder Evers. Here. Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Here. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. President Furman. Present. President Furman is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck. Here. Alder Heck is present. Alder Madison. Here. Alder Madison is present. Alder Mayadzi. Alder Mayadzi. Alder Mayadzi is present. Alder Paulson. Present. Alder Paulson is present. Alder Fair. Here. Alder Fair is present. Alder Tischler. Here. Alder Tischler is present. Alder Vetter. Here. Alder Vetter is present. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. Alder Paulson?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there was a person who believed that they had registered, but apparently did not register correctly. They came to join us in person. We're hoping to speak. I've helped them register during the break, and I was hoping that perhaps if there's no objection from my colleagues, we give the person his 3 minutes since he came in person to join us.
Is there any objection to moving back into public comment for one late registrant? Seeing no objection, we will do so, and I'll call Michael Varda of District 5.
Thank you for the courtesy to speak at this my failure to not register apparently in the correct method. This meeting may be the last opportunity for the city to avoid a significant and specific unintended consequence arising from the proposed increase to 5 of the number of unrelateds permitted in a rental property where no owner is present. This is the opportunity for the council to get it right. I oppose it generally, or oppose it for further study, or limit the number of unrelateds to 3. If failing all those, I would strongly support the proposed amendment by Alders Evers and Vidavar that for 3 years would limit to 3 the number of unrelateds in a rental property in the near west neighborhoods. The amendment to 3 is most critical because it would block the unjustified consequence of landlord speculation and conversion of homes to high-cost rental properties in those neighborhoods. The 3-year period also provides ample time for the city staff to really study the dynamic effect of the rental affecting changes to a 67-year-old definition of family. There are changes that are needed, but the issue of the number of unrelateds is what I'm really concerned about here. Surely the council members realize that zoning ordinances do have the practical effect of helping create neighborhoods people desire to live in and underpin this city's property tax base. Homeowners have a high interest in their home values that, in part, rely upon the long-term stability of applicable zoning. Zoning should therefore not be changed for short-term political gain or changed without a thorough study of the dynamic effects that would flow, especially from a change of the magnitude at issue here. Without the Evers-Vidaver amendment, the near west neighborhoods where narrow streets, alleys, and shared driveways are plentiful would suffer the follow-on effects of more parking and daytime commuter traffic congestion. Already, residential on-street parking permits are needed in a number of areas. School enrollments would also be adversely affected because families with school-aged children would not find a congenial, supportive community spirit. They would simply move out, and I witnessed this for the years on Lathrop Street when the zoning was upgraded about 25 years ago. None of these issues have been fully addressed, and including the issue of effects on enrollments at West High and the Franklin Randall pair. Truly, the entire proposal would be helped by further in-depth study and more citizen input, but even without those steps, the council can at least avoid setting the stage for specific harms to the near west neighborhoods by adopting the mitigation framed in the Evers-Vidver Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are now done with public comment, and Alder Fair.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move that we push item 3 to the end of our list so that the order that we would take up the items would be 43, 55, 59, 73, and then 3 at the end.
Is there any objection to changing the order, Alder Wahilahi?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have a lot of registrants who would like to, who are here or who are online to hear about the motion. So I would suggest not to move the agendas around. Thank you.
All right, seeing that there's objection, we'll take Alder Fair's as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to move item 3 to be taken up last at today's meeting. Is there questions or discussion? Alder Carter?
I just have to echo the fact that we had a number of people here tonight waiting for this decision on item 3. It is disingenuous to have this at the end of the meeting where they might not be able to stay to hear the decision that the council makes. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Evers?
Yeah, I think Alder Carter does make a point. There are a lot of people who are watching this, following this, and I appreciate the need to let staff go home, and I understand the reasons for that. But there are a lot of people who are paying attention and watching this right now, and I think some consideration of them is in order as well.
Thank you, Alder Evers. Alder Fair?
I'd be happy to withdraw. The point was just to, I think the items ahead of 3 will go really quickly, allow those people who are listening to that one, maybe our staff to leave, and then we'll go on with item 3. So certainly wasn't to disrespect any of the people here who are wanting to be a part of the discussion. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Alder Fair. The motion is withdrawn, and we are on to item number 3, which is Legistar 74885, amending supplemental regulations within the Madison General Ordinances and definitions, also within, to update the definition of family. We're going to start with a staff presentation, and then we'll have questions for staff, get a motion, and proceed into discussion. And I'm not sure who is going to start. Katie, all right.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to share a presentation here. As you all know, something we've been doing at the city is examining the work we do through an equity and social and racial justice lens. When we looked at zoning, the family definition is something that stood out as an equity concern. A red flag here for us was that we were regulating types of people rather than types of uses. And in the middle of an affordability crisis where we are looking at every tool in our toolbox, we aren't allowing 3 renters to live together in much of our city. The family definition revision is a proposal to increase housing choices by having equal standards for renters and homeowners regarding the maximum number of residents allowed to live in a housing unit. So what is the family definition? The family definition is part of our zoning code. It restricts the number of people who can live together in an apartment or house in Madison based on 3 things: zoning district, whether they are renters or homeowners, and whether they are all related to one another. If a housing unit is renter occupied in lower density districts with mainly single-family houses, then a maximum of 2 unrelated individuals is allowed, 2 roommates essentially. If a housing unit is owner occupied in these districts, then a maximum of 5 unrelated individuals is allowed, or 5 roommates. In other districts, and these are more zoning districts that allow slightly higher densities, multifamily or mixed use, then a maximum of 5 unrelated individuals is allowed regardless of renter or owner status. This is what our zoning code uses to restrict what types of people and how many people can live together in housing in Madison. And as you can see, renters are treated much differently, which we know is an equity issue. There are 3 main reasons that a change here is being proposed: to improve equity, to increase housing choice and access, and lastly, because the current practice has negative impacts. Black and Latinx households in Madison are disproportionately renters and disproportionately lower income. Black households in Madison represent 6.6% of the city's total households, yet only 1.9% of all homeowners in Madison identify as Black. From census data, the American Community Survey, 52.7% of white households are homeowners in Madison, while 30% of Latinx households are homeowners and 15.3% of Black households are homeowners, a significant difference. So we know there are racial and ethnic components to the impacts of this law. Whether buyer or renter, there are housing affordability issues in Madison, but renters are more likely to be low income, and renters are more likely to be cost burdened than homeowners. Renters are more likely to need to share housing costs by having roommates, and yet our zoning code particularly limits housing choices for renters. As part of this proposal, a racial equity analysis was completed, and those results are posted on the proposal's webpage. The next reason to make a change is to increase housing choices and access. To give you an idea of why the family definition has an impact on housing choice, today over 1/3 of land area in Madison is zoned to prohibit more than 2 unrelated renters from living together. In these same areas, owner-occupied housing units can house up to 5 unrelated individuals. As I mentioned previously, these zoning districts are primarily the lower density districts with single-family houses. Large 3- and 4-bedroom houses commonly built today are often limited to 2 unrelated adults if they rent. The occupancy restrictions today, their impact, seems to be making a value judgment that some households are more desirable as city residents than other households, and therefore should receive priority, when we know many households today are not the traditional family. Next reason to make a change is because in our experience, enforcing the laws that stands today has negative impacts. We receive about 20 complaints each year. While there is some concentration near UW's campus, we receive complaints throughout the city. From 2012 to present, 204 cases were inspected. 70 of those cases were east of the Capitol, or 34%. 134 of those cases were west of the Capitol, or 66%. While zoning inspectors don't ask the race or ethnicity of people who are being complained about, some complainants share that information with us on phone calls. And anecdotally, complaints appear to disproportionately be about immigrant and BIPOC households. We often receive repeated complaints about the same household, even after we have explained to a neighbor that the household is in compliance. 30 properties had more than one case, and multiple cases accounted for 40% of total cases. Some complaints appear to be about quality of life concerns, such as a multi-generational household with teenagers where a neighbor was upset about too many cars, but complained about occupancy. Others seem to not like a household's lifestyle or visitors, like a complainant who was tracking how often boyfriends stayed overnight at a household, or another instance where we had a neighbor complaining about a household holding Bible studies in the evenings at their rented house. Eventually, that neighbor even contacted the landlord to try to get the household evicted. With others, neighbors report there are no quality of life concerns. They just don't want a household live in their neighborhood because they don't belong or because they're college students. Sometimes when we investigate, residents share with us their stories of being unable to afford living elsewhere in Madison and of doubling up with roommates to avoid staying in homeless shelters. Even if ultimately no violation is found, the household knows that someone in their neighborhood made a report about them. Who is watching me and why? And what did I do? The proposal would change the zoning code to allow the same number of people to live together regardless of ownership status, up to 5 unrelated adults. And that's the limit that exists today for homeowners and others in all areas of the city outside of these low-density areas. It removes the limit on the number of children and dependents while keeping the safety-related limit if that becomes a concern in a household with children. And it allows dependency living arrangement and second kitchens, regardless of ownership status and having roommates. Some effects of this change are that it allows 2 couples with children to live together as one household. It allows 3 to 5 people to rent together. It allows renters with disabilities to have a live-in attendant or relative with their own living space. It allows people with disabilities to have a roommate or roommates and a live-in attendant or relative with their own living space. So after identifying these concerns with the family definition today, staff presented the Plan Commission at a work session last September and to some interested alders to gauge their interest and thoughts in making a change. The Plan Commission reached a consensus that staff should consider commissioner feedback and propose a change. We then spoke with alders who also told us to move forward with proposing a change. Staff did some research, reviewing what other cities are doing and our legal environment. We considered details about alternatives we considered, but not selected are in our staff report. An option was selected to be proposed. We then met with alders to get feedback on the proposal and answer their questions. Staff met with all willing alders at small lunch and learns and at one-on-one meetings. At the meetings, staff presented the proposal and answered questions. Several alders and the mayor offered to sponsor the legislation, and the proposal was introduced by council on December 6, 2022. As far as public input, the proposal has received some local news coverage along the way, and community meetings have been held. We also have a public-facing webpage where we've posted many items related to the proposal. The Plan Commission considered the proposal at their February 13th meeting. 11 alders attended that meeting, and the Plan Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the proposal. So there's a couple of frequently asked questions I'll just address up front. One question we've heard is, are we putting residents in unsafe living conditions if we change the zoning regulation? The answer is no. The family definition was an attempt to restrict renters in certain areas, not to protect renters from unsafe living conditions. We already have safety-driven occupancy limits, and those limits will remain. Additionally, today's zoning code is actually used by some landlords to prevent resident complaints about living conditions because landlords know they're in violation and use that to keep them from complaining. Another question we've had is about property maintenance issues or other issues that I thought maybe would be caused by this change. Property maintenance problems are not limited to renter-occupied housing. In fact, in our experience, owner-occupant properties are more likely than renter-occupied to have severe problems with inoperable vehicles, junk, trash, and debris, and hoarding. Owner-occupied properties are often our most difficult properties to address because there is no one to hold responsible other than the owner. If the owner is not responsible, we're eventually heading down the path to court, which is a more time-consuming process. And property maintenance issues aren't typically based on the number of residents living in a house. One of our worst ongoing enforcement cases today involves a single occupant in a single-family house. There are concerns about property maintenance. We'll want to address them on a comprehensive citywide basis. Many areas of housing in the city currently allow up to 5 unrelated adults, and residents of those areas should not be left to live in poorly maintained areas. Another tool the city has for dealing with problem properties is our chronic nuisance premises ordinance. We use this on a few properties each year. The nuisance activities listed in the ordinance are generally associated with quality of life issues. They include a variety of criminal activities, things related to drug and alcohol use and distribution, harassment, disorderly conduct, property damage, disturbing the peace, and violations of the minimum housing code, to name a few. City Attorney's Office shared this tool is used and it works. We've heard some concerns about slumlords and deficiencies in addressing concerns. Again, from a staff perspective, we would want to address those on a city-wide basis if those are problems throughout the city. We know we need more housing of all types, and UW hasn't been adding much additional housing beyond a couple dorms, DeJope and Leopold. However, many college student-oriented housing units have been built, continue to be proposed, approved, and built. Since 2000, over 4,000 of these units have been built or in the pipeline, and many were built in the 1980s and 90s as well. This is just the number of units, that 4,000 number. Most of these units have multiple bedrooms. We've seen up to 6 bedrooms in a unit, but most are 2 to 5 bedrooms per unit. Additionally, we've received some questions regarding real estate speculation. I'll hand off this final question to DPCD Director Matt Wachter.
Thank you. Yes, as was mentioned, a lot of the questions have been around how much this will increase the chance of real estate speculation. So taking the perspective of the investor, specifically a lot of comments were about national investors. So in reviewing literature, market reports, and speaking to individuals who work in this space, those large private equity funds, REITs, are very much looking for places that have this combination of high rent growth, but a relatively low acquisition cost. Oftentimes, what they're looking for is homes below $250,000 is our cutoff point. And then they're also looking for low holding costs, so places that have low property taxes and low maintenance costs. So Wisconsin in general does not meet these targets. So Wisconsin is in the bottom 10 states for the amount of out-of-state investment in single-family rental properties. So really, the other side of things is the small and local investors who nationally and locally make up the majority of the activity investing in single-family homes for rental. And they're looking for things beyond just straight return. Small investors have other opportunities to do things like self-managed properties. They know their local markets and can take advantage of different things. And they're also taking advantage of beneficial tax treatment for being a property owner. So it's not just how much rent they can get per the cost of acquisition. But they're already in our market, as has been mentioned multiple times. They already can purchase single-family homes and rent them to families that meet our current family definition. From the renter perspective, again, we have plenty of single-family homes that are rentals. It's just unclear how many groups, how many individuals are looking to pair up with 3 or 4 other individuals as roommates. There's not a lot of market data for this unmet demand. In our market, generally, the lowest vacancy is in our smallest units. So studios and 1-bedrooms have a tighter market than larger units do. And then, if we look sort of citywide at our housing stock, it's definitely the case that to the extent that there's going to be additional investment of people buying single-family homes for rentals, it is in the lower cost housing stock. The average sales price in the city of Madison last year was $425,000. So investors are likely targeting the lower end of that spectrum to make the economics work for them.
Right. Are there questions for staff? Alder Evers.
Yeah, Matt, thank you for that. Could you elaborate on this point of...
Alder, can you please speak into your microphone?
Could you elaborate on this point of the lower price properties? Would that include, say, properties on a street that are subject to deferred maintenance? Meaning that on a given street, they might be the lowest price property because they're not in the best shape. Would that make sense?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. There's definitely a tipping point when you get up in the $500,000, $600,000. It's just the amount of rent you have to charge on a per bedroom basis makes you not competitive with for the rest of the rental market. Right. So if there was a single family home that was, say, $250,000 or $300,000, it's certainly a better target for conversion because the rent you could charge is more in line with the cost to cover your property taxes, mortgage, those sorts of things.
And regarding those lower price properties, in the report that we received today, it mentioned Greenbush, that the lowest price property cited was $275,000. Would you see that as in this category where it might make sense to perhaps purchase it for the purpose of conversion to a rental property?
Yes, so 275,000 was the lowest cost unit we could find, and yes, that the economics would sort of tilt that rental could work. That's a bit of an outlier. Most of the homes in Greenbush are still in the $400,000 plus range, but there are certainly individual properties that are selling on that lower end of the price spectrum where converting it to rental would make economic sense.
And could you speak a little bit then about Greenbush as a neighborhood? I understand that Greenbush is about 25% owner occupied. Is that correct?
I don't know that off the top of my head, I'll be honest. But the city has had involvement in focusing Greenbush for a number of years. Starting in 2007, 2008, we were looking specifically at conversion of rental properties to owner occupied. Partially because of the large number of student-focused rentals being built, those thousands of units, there's a perceived softening of the rental market in Greenbush. So we created our small cap TIF program. We also worked with the hospitals to encourage their employees to live in the neighborhood.
So there was a recognition in that small cap TIF fund of trying to pull back some of these homes into and something that would create more of a housing mix, knowing that the city average is roughly 50% or just under 50%, but that Greenbush, for a number of reasons, was substantially lower than that. Does that sound accurate?
Yep, the idea was to increase the housing mix, and also there's a recognition of the fact that 100-year-old housing stock being rented by students for a number of decades, there was oftentimes significant amounts of deferred maintenance that created an economic hurdle for that to happen.
And are there any plans right now to take another look at small cap TIF funds for that purpose to try to help neighborhoods that are vulnerable to perhaps real estate speculation?
We have looked in the new TID 51 in South Madison as a possibility to have small cap TIF. The program's not defined, but it's within the sort of realm of ideas for TID 51.
Would there be any sense of also looking at this in the TOD overlay from a standpoint that perhaps being in the overlay and proximate to the amenity of quality, high-speed, high-frequency transit that could perhaps incentivize real estate speculation and lead to displacement? Any thought about using it there as well?
We've talked about looking at all of our housing tools, affordable housing and otherwise, and how to focus them specifically on TOD, where there's just likely to be large amounts of change in general, but I don't have specific plans to do that, but we can certainly look at that.
So it may be, although we don't know, that there could be pressures in neighborhoods like Burr Oak and low-income neighborhoods that are adjacent to be the high-frequency transit, correct?
That's certainly possible.
Thank you. I do have another question, though, for either Katie or Matt, unless somebody else is in the queue.
There's lots of alders in the queue.
May I go, or shall I wait?
may.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll try to make this quick, everybody, so you can get to your questions. Either Matt or Katie, can you explain what the current definition of family is in our ordinance?
Yeah, so I don't know if you'd like me to read it. It is difficult to explain, as I tried to in that chart, kind of a simplified version. But there's a definition of a family, either people all related by blood, marriage, domestic partnership, or legal adoption, living together as a single housekeeping unit, and up to 4 roomers. So roomers is what our zoning code uses to talk about unrelated individuals. And that is how we get to this maximum today of 5 unrelated in most areas that are multifamily or higher density, 5 if you're owner occupant in low density districts, or 2 unrelated if you're owner occupant, or I'm sorry, if you're a renter. Yeah, I have the definition. I just wasn't, do you want me to read it, Alder Evers, or?
No, that's all
That's
right.
kind of summarizing, but
Yeah, summarizing, but-
it's a complex thing and kind of a lot longer than that. So
No,
I try to simplify it where I can.
Yeah, I understand that. What I guess I'm curious about is the part of the definition that where in your paper, and let's see if I can find it. Where did I have that? And I'll find it real quick. In your memo, and that's on the website, you talk about, you ask the question, does the zoning code still have to define related, unrelated? And I'm confused about this last sentence. It goes on to say that we are essentially maintaining the definition for related, which some of our comments have been made from others like Alex Salutis and Janet, somebody, I can't pronounce her last name and I won't try, that we're maintaining this kind of antiquated definition of related. In this last sentence, you say if we remove the definition for related, we would not be preserving the ability for multi-generational families with more than 5 adults to live together in a household. And I must confess, I don't know what you mean by that. Could you explain, please?
Yes, so if we just went to a maximum of 5 adults, then a household with 6 adults that are all related to one another, so grandparents, their children, their children's children, grandchildren, I guess. If they're all adults, or it could be aunts and uncles and cousins that are adults, that household of 6 adults that are all related would no longer be allowed. And this is just based on, it could be a proposal, it's something that lawmakers could decide to do here. But based on the feedback we received from the Plan Commission, there were a lot of concerns about these multi-generational households, particularly immigrant households that we do receive a lot of complaints about, that are today allowed legally, no longer being allowed in the future, and that being a concern that policymakers did not want a change here to result in that impact.
Well, why wouldn't we, are you saying that this is for renter-occupied households or for owner-occupied households?
Both.
Well, why wouldn't we allow this for, so you're saying that if, help me understand this, in a more conventionally defined family who's related by blood or marriage, we are allowing more than 5 to live together. Why don't we allow more than 5 to live together in a renter-occupied situation as long as it's safe?
We could, that was an option to remove this entirely and just go to a safety-based standard. However, I think there were concerns from plan commissioners that at some number there could be some negative impacts that they were concerned about. So this is trying to kind of thread the needle of thinking about, is there some number of adults, 10 unrelated adults in a single family house, that those impacts were not what would be wanted here. And that 5 seemed like a solution, since we know 5 has been in place elsewhere throughout the city with no known negative impacts based on that number. But in the future, it certainly could be increased or removed entirely and just a safety-based standard instead.
Okay, well, I think I understand it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett is next.
Okay, I have a few questions too. I was wondering, some people have noted that this seems like a half-baked solution. So I was wondering, how long has this been on staff's books to work on, and could you quantify how much staff time has been put into this?
I've only been in the city since December 2022, so I'll defer to Matt, I guess, as far as how long. I know it's been something that's been on zoning's agenda longer than that.
And I'll do what I can, but Alder Verveer, who's been on here longer than all of us, can probably jump in if I'm not getting it. We identified this as an issue as part of the zoning code rewrite that the city worked on from 2007 to 2012, with the new zoning code being adopted in 2013. It was a policy-related matter that was just not able to be accomplished during that effort. We rewrote our entire zoning code, and we had a lot of items left over that we were knowing we were going to pick off through time. The item has been coming forward with more attention as we've been trying to address our housing crisis. We've been identifying a number of the items in the ordinance that we think are things that could change to potentially assist in addressing our housing crisis. And this is one of those. So its time came.
I'm sorry, I just realized time flies, but I've been here since December 2021, I guess.
Nice. Thank you. So I know that there was like some questions about like the math about how many rental units we need in the upcoming years. And I was wondering, could you clarify like what are the staff numbers that you have on like how many rental units we need to address our housing crisis?
Sure. So it just changed with the update of the comp plan, so I probably don't have the right number, but I will say that our end of 2022 rental vacancy rate was 2.5%. So extremely low. Vacancy rate dropped towards the end of the pandemic. So that's one issue to just get back to a healthy vacancy rate is thousands of additional units to just deal with that. But on top of it, we have our projected population growth that's laid out in the comp plan. Staff, help me. I don't remember the number.
Sorry, I should have been looking that up as you were talking.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. And I was wondering, so like this is a citywide issue and there's this hyper focus on students. So I'm wondering like how much of this zoning change would actually impact students versus the rest of the city, especially just people that aren't students, people that are low-income people and Black people and brown people.
That's a hard question. I'll say the student area of the city it's where we have an established market for roommates, households of 3, 4, 5 living together. You just don't see, even our multifamily districts outside of downtown, a lot of those types of units. So that is a bit unique to campus, that there's an established market for it. When you look at the prices of homes as you sort of go from campus, they ramp up fairly quickly as you move into, say, Vilas, Judge Monroe, Regent, where you sort of jump into those, like in the report, the median house price in Vilas last year was over $800,000. So you sort of hit a wall where I think the economics break really quickly, that conversions are unlikely to happen. In the rest of the city, you have a lot more diversity in house prices, house sizes, so I can't sort of do that analysis because there's certainly pockets where prices are lower and you have a lot more rental activity where it's probably more likely that a conversion could happen. That's not a super satisfying answer.
I was more like interested in how this zoning ordinance only impacts a certain portion of the city where students would actually want to live versus the rest of the city where it would just impact renters, right? Or just like your average everyday renter.
Yeah, I mean, so UW-Madison students are overwhelmingly concentrated in downtown. We do see pockets of students who choose to rent, oftentimes East Town, West Town, bottom of Park Street, great transit routes, but yes, there's not a lot of perceived student demand outside of the immediate campus area.
Sure. And while we're on the topic of students, there's this idea that like if we get 5 students together that have mommy and daddy money or that have a lot of money can pool together. And why would a student want to, if I were a student, I would want to live at one of the more desirable places downtown and like the James or the Hub and pool my money together there. Do you think that this will be a problem of like students pulling together money?
Sure. I haven't been a student for quite a while, so, but I'll say when we looked at the student housing data, when we were writing the housing report in 2016, student housing was a focus of it. We interviewed a wide variety of landlords. We looked at student moving data. We talked to the UW itself. Yes, there was a definite pull towards high amenity apartments as close to campus as possible. Those were the first to lease up, so it was definitely where students appeared that they wanted to be. That's where the market was heading, and units that were further away were slower to lease up, more rent concessions, that sort of thing.
Right, sure. So like further away, meaning Vilas region area, it's like less desirable than downtown for students.
That was definitely the trend and the feedback that we got from the landlord community.
Sure. And I was wondering like, does this really impact affordable housing, or does it provide more just missing middle housing?
I think it offers more housing choices for family arrangements that don't have a lot of other choices. But I don't know that necessarily delivers a lot more affordability.
Okay.
Katie may want to weigh in on that one too.
Yeah, I was basically going to say a similar thing, that this is about housing choice. We have a lot of other initiatives we're doing right now related to affordability. This may have an impact on affordability, but that's not really the focus.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My questions, let me, and I'll just put it out there, and whoever chooses to answer it. The planning staff unanimously recommended approval, and I understand completely the why for the change. What I'm and we all have the report, so I don't have to go back through it. The why of the change: improve equity, increase housing choice. Current practice has negative impacts. I get the why. I absolutely get the why. But I want to ask about the negative impacts. And there were 3 of them listed. Landlords use it to keep tenants from reporting poor living conditions. Some neighbors use it as a leverage against other neighbors. Renters and homeowners with roommates cannot have dependency living arrangements and second kitchens. So I have 2 questions. The first one is, and I was not able to attend the planning meeting, but I did view it later. The question came up about referring this. And could you comment on why the planning staff discouraged the referring this to the next council?
Yeah, I'm speaking a little bit from memory here. I think the general consensus was that additional data wouldn't change their opinion that this change should be made. That it was difficult to speculate about some of these things. Housing markets are complex, and I don't know if there's Plan Commission alders here who wish to add additional information.
Thank you. When we get into discussion, if any of the Plan Commissioners want to talk about what happened at Plan Commission, I think that would be welcome. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Yes, and I'll be specific because what I thought I heard, maybe I should hold them until we have discussion. Could you explain the third one, which I'm not clear on? Renters and homeowners with roommates cannot have dependency living arrangements and second kitchens.
Yeah, so dependency living arrangements there's a provision in our code, kind of a carve out, to allow people with disabilities to have a separate living area for a live-in attendant who can either be kind of a paid attendant or a relative who may assist them with various tasks. And it's limited to people with disabilities that are homeowners or that don't have roommates. They can apply to have this separate living area added temporarily, and then as soon as they leave, they have to remove this temporary separate living area that's needed for their live-in attendant. And that's in there as a kind of a carve-out because today we don't allow second kitchens for renters. And also it's restricted, again, on people with disabilities who have roommates. So if we remove those restrictions from the code, it allows an opportunity for people with disabilities to rent and have roommates and still have this separate living area that doesn't have to be removed. They don't need these special permissions. It can be available for other households in the future, whether or not they have disabilities or not. So it's an opportunity just to expand housing choices for people with disabilities.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll hold the rest of my questions.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Thank you. I have a couple questions. I know that in our senior housing that you can have a caregiver live with you if you need one in a 2-bedroom. How does this differ? Is this just really focusing on single family housing or duplexes?
I could probably use some clarification about the senior housing you're referring to.
Well, senior housing for the most part allows individual, whether they are disabled or just a senior, to have a caregiver live with them in a 2-bedroom apartment that's non-related or related, right?
Alder,
So that's why.
Do you mean multifamily buildings? Multifamily senior housing apartment buildings?
It could be multifamily, but it's distinguished as senior housing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this would be in like a single family dwelling where you could have an additional kind of separate living area, I think is how it's described in the zoning codes. So there'd be a separate kitchen and bathroom for your live-in attendant for a person with a disability.
Otherwise, another way that you might run into this situation is that caregiver is simply a roommate. There isn't a separate living area. There isn't a second kitchen. It's just another person that lives there, and that's a roommate. And in a multifamily zoning, an apartment-style zoning, multifamily, 5 unrelateds is the allowed occupancy. Family of related individuals plus up to 4 roomers.
Okay, that's in the multifamily. My second question is, and I think Matt Walker answered this, I don't know for sure. How does this help if 3 people want to move into a single family house that's $3,000 a month, and everyone has the children, and et cetera. How does this help with affordability and wealth building when they're still renting? And if they're not renting, who affords to buy the house in order to have the other people in the house with them? How is that helping our situation with housing?
So, if I understand your question, so this would be a group of people who otherwise would have to rent in an apartment building because they had 3 people who want to live together, right? So this would just open another housing choice for them, so they could choose to live in a different part of the city in a different housing type that meets their, preferences. In that case, right, if they could afford $3,000, then right, so a landlord would just have to find a house that they could cover their, mortgage, property taxes, maintenance, property management costs with that $3,000. Presumably they want profit as well. So there are certain situations where, right, someone could find a landlord could find a house that meets the sort of economic criteria to make that work, and that would open up a housing choice for those 3 individuals who otherwise would have to rent in a multifamily apartment building.
When you talk about the outreach that you did and the data you collected, where can I find that?
So we do have a website, and it is, I want to make sure I get it correct here. It's www.cityofmadison.com/BI, so that's BI for building inspection, /family definition. And it has all kinds of data that's been collected, including the information that Matt has about rental units and real estate speculation.
And how many multi-generational families were interviewed for this change?
There were not specific interviews. Something we looked at as part of the ResG analysis is that we are cautious about over-surveying residents about particular policy changes. So we relied primarily on existing reports that had public input and then additional community meetings that were specific to this change.
Okay, and then you were also had a data from complaints that were submitted, or no?
Yes, we did have all that data collected and mapped, and there's a kind of a summary report of all those complaints posted on that webpage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vitever.
So Katie, you sort of just answered one of my questions. So my day job is in public health, and we have a mantra, nothing about us without us. And so my question was really, did you hear from housing groups, renters, multi-generational families, refugee agencies, et cetera, asking you to make this change?
No, this was driven more on existing reports we had and known disparities, disproportionate impacts, and most of the input we've received probably in these community meetings has been from homeowners.
We also talked a little bit about when a home, for example, that has had deferred maintenance is sold for rental purposes. Is there a process by which the city then can go in and inspect that home after sale, but before renters take occupancy of it, to make sure that that home is actually appropriately safe and appropriate for the renters that are going into it?
There's not a program. We're actually unable in Wisconsin to institute a program like that. There's very strict rules that come down from the state law legislature in regard to when and how we inspect rental property. We can be invited in by any tenant to inspect a rental property, and there are just a couple very limited ways that we could identify an area that then we could do programmed inspections of. Bit of a process to get there.
And then I have to admit that, Katie, when you said that the ResJ analysis was on the website, I was surprised because I didn't know that it had been done. Can you tell us when it was completed and how you communicated about it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what was completed before Plan Commission, end of January. I'm sorry, I would have to look back. Yeah, thank you. It was added to the webpage like other information, but it wasn't specifically sent out to any particular group.
And similarly, the report that was released today, how was that communicated, and why was that only available today, hours before the vote?
We're communicating it here today, just because it's been a constant barrage, I would say, of requests for additional information, and we've been fulfilling those all throughout this process, and that one just was completed today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Miadze.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple questions. Number one, I was just wondering, are there like neighborhoods in specifically that you would think that would view as particularly that investors at would actually what neighborhoods in particular do you view as specifically as investors risk of buying out homes and converting them?
So that's a little hard to do because it can be the case that even on the same block, the prices, can be $100,000, $200,000 different just because you've got a different size, different quality house. So it's hard to paint a broad brush and say like this neighborhood itself. I think there are probably some unique pressures around campus because, again, established market for groups of renters to rent. And then it's probably the case that the assessor, for example, releases sort of data on the average assessed value in neighborhoods. So those neighborhoods where, the average assessed value is going to be $250,000 rather than $400,000, there's probably more likely that there's houses in those neighborhoods that the economics could make sense for it to flip to rental. So I don't really have names, but there certainly are specific neighborhoods where that median assessed value is going to be, closer to that range that investors are looking for.
Okay, and I guess my second question was, you mentioned about $200 to $275 homes. I'm thinking that those are mostly like starter homes, right? So
yeah,
how would do you think that this change for the people that can't afford your $400,000 home, won't that be harder for people to buy their first home with competition from investors?
So I guess there's probably already that competition, which I think you heard tonight, that people are competing with people making cash offers because someone can buy one of those houses today and rent it to a family that meets our current family definition. So I think the question is, how much more demand for single family rentals is this policy going to create? I would guess not huge amounts across the city. We're talking about, again, specific definitions of family who could now enter this market, or groups of individual renters who want to be roommates who can't find a multifamily option. So it's not necessarily a huge group of people. And then as far as, additional pressure from the investment community, for example, I think Milwaukee was mentioned earlier as where they're seeing single family homes bought up. Those are houses that are 100,000 to 150,000, where people are going out and they're also able to buy 10 houses at a time. That doesn't really exist in the city of Madison. You might have houses that are 250,000 and someone could buy one or two. So I don't think there's any evidence out there that says that there's investors looking to swoop up one investor, a whole neighborhood at a time in Madison. And when I looked at last year's sales data, about 1% of homes were bought by people from out of state. And I only found 2 instances where someone bought 2 houses. Otherwise, they're buying, a house.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder O'Halahy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie, could you please go back to the timeline PowerPoint?
Yes, give me a moment here.
Thank you. Thank you. So tonight we heard many comments about unintended consequence. And I was wondering why there was no referral to the EOC, Equal Opportunity Commission.
Yeah, I can't really answer that because alders make those decisions. Typically, zoning changes always go through Plan Commission, but additional committees based on alders' decisions, as far as I understand it.
Thank you. And my other question is, how is this equitable to Black and Brown people if the city cannot administer rent control because of the state legislation? How is this going to help people of color be able to rent? And the reason why I say this is my son is a freshman at UW-Madison. He wanted to live next year campus. And in order to live with others, even with 4 or 5 people more, Still, the rent is $1,000 per individual, one room, sharing bathroom and kitchen. So how this is going to be equitable when we use that we are helping Black and brown people in terms of rental affordability?
Yeah, I know that as staff, we would certainly love to have additional tools at our disposal that we've unfortunately been preempted at the state level from using, like rent control, rental licensing. This is really about housing choice. We know a disproportionate proportion of our population that's BIPOC households are renters and low income. So there is a disproportionate impact just as a result of there being more renters that are BIPOC households. However, this only does so much. We're trying to do a lot more around affordability just generally, increasing supply. We're doing a lot around that. I know there's an affordable housing incentive downtown that was just recommended by Plan Commission last night for approval and will be coming your way soon. We're always open to more ideas and opportunities to continue to increase opportunities for housing across the board.
Thank you. And my final question or comment is, if we know that we cannot be able to control rental, I think we have to be careful not to use that this, and let me just rephrase. Perhaps I would like to know how much of impact in a positive way this will bring in. And what's the data that you have for such outcome?
I don't know if Matt will want to chime in here as well, but we just don't have, we can't project out, we can't perfectly figure out exactly how many households will want to take advantage of these additional choices that are available in the housing market for them that are not available today. And I don't know how we can honestly come to an understanding of what that is.
Yeah, just to echo Katie, we don't have a number of households that fall into this new definition that are looking for single-family rentals. What we do know is where we have calls and complaints and that sort of thing. So we don't know the size of the potential market.
We know people we've turned away. We know people that have come and asked us about living arrangements that they wanted. We know cases of enforcement where we've had to break up living arrangements. We've heard that there's lots of people living together out of compliance today that are not being reported that will be legal, that are not that haven't generated complaints, may not be a problem.
Yeah. So thank you so much. I think Matt, you brought a good point there. I have no problem solving that issue of people discriminating about others. But what I have problem
Alder,
with,
is there a question there?
okay, sorry, for discussion, sorry.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson, you're next.
Yeah, this is a question for Matt Tucker. Matt, I was wondering if you could, I think this was you at, I think the Plan Commission. We were talking about the number of occupants and going past 5, and I think you relayed a story about the traveling sales folks that were involved with the van accident 20-something years ago. And I just wondered if you could quickly re-summarize that story.
I believe it was at the September work session. Was that where we were? There was a case of a contractor that had come to the community and had filled a home in just outside of Madison, actually. It was in Verona with 12 adults living together, had about 8 vehicles in town because they were doing a service like solar or something like that, and it was creating quite some havoc in the immediate neighborhood due to there being 12 adults and 8 vehicles and such. That story found its way to the media and into our laps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair?
Thank you. I guess for Matt Wachter, how or anybody, how long would it take, and who would we go to do enough research to tell us as best as possible what's going to happen in the market as it relates to speculation on if we were to change this zoning law and what the speculation market would turn into.
So I don't have an answer for that. My crystal ball doesn't sort of project for it. I think some of the comments from Justice tonight is probably the most research into effects that we're seeing. I think there's data about what's happening in the institutional side of things. It's not nearly as clear what happens in the small investor space, what they're looking for, what they're doing, how much demand is out there for them to buy more properties. So I'm not sure how to find more data to make a projection on what this policy will do and exactly where it will happen in the city of Madison.
Thank you for that. If we, hypothetically, if we were to, push this out and you were charged with doing more research or finding a partner, like who would that be? I mean, I'm kind of struggling. Who would that group be and would we have to pay them? And have you put any thought into that? I assume there's people at the university or groups.
Do you want me?
We talked to a few people. I talked to Kurt Paulson about this. And I mean, the challenge is, there was a plan commissioner, I think, that said something that made a lot of sense right at the very end of the plan commission meeting, that the cause and effect relationship between trends is not necessarily going to be directly related to this. I mean, it could be a grocery store that is placed in an area that didn't have a grocery store, could have a significant impact on that neighborhood. I can think of one that did exactly that. Or similarly, all the redevelopment that occurred on East Washington Avenue and the revitalization of Breeze Stevenson significantly changed that neighborhood around there. So you can do this research, and then you have something wild like that blows out your ability to even measure, because all things are not equal, and the market changes so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just to add, we did make some contacts with other communities, Big Ten communities, other communities we knew about that had made a zoning change, and each one is a little bit different, and got a little bit of insight. A lot of it's extremely anecdotal, just based on staff members' opinions, because it's so complex, and we know every community is different. And so we really struggle to draw like a conclusion, if this, then that. I don't think that's possible, frankly. No matter who we hire, that they'll have to have a lot of caveats of, well, maybe, ultimately.
Thanks.
Alder Tischler?
Yeah, this is for Matt, the Department of Planning. Matt, we've heard the word student used quite a bit tonight. For clarification, can you define how your department defines a student? Is it age, degree seeking, et cetera?
Enrolled. Yeah, someone.
Yeah, so geographically, we have worked with the university and pulled data on exactly where students are renting. So we know the general areas where there are large concentrations of students. As far as from a unit mix,
Yeah, the list we prepared is just based on staff knowledge. When we meet with these developers one-on-one and we talk through their projects, they tell us that they're intending these units to be for the college student market. And so that just knowledge was how we were able to come up with these lists and maps of those units.
Right, because I mean the non-traditional students is a growing number for the university. So I just wanted just to kind of, I mean, throwing out the word student is pretty broad on our campus. So.
Yeah. So I mean, again, we've pulled through the registrar to see generally where, but that's not even necessarily matched up unit to unit to know that this building is, 82% student, or something like that.
Right, and just for the point that there are students who have.
A question, Alder?
There's not a question here. I just want to have more.
So
more
if it's
details
not
on
a question, we'll deal with it in discussion. Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you, staff. And let's get a motion on the table. President Furman.
Move adoption.
Moved and seconded to adopt. We'll move into discussion now. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. What's before us right now is an amendment that Alder Vederver and I put forward,
That's not actually before us, Alder.
but it was on the,
The motion is to adopt what's on the agenda.
oh, okay. Well, so may I make a motion for an amendment?
may.
Thank you. Sorry for my ignorance.
So your motion is?
To adopt, to put forth the amendment that you see in Legistar that Alder Vederver and I are sponsoring.
Is there a second? All right, moved by Evers and seconded by Vitiver to adopt the amendment, which is in Legistar. Discussion on the amendment. Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. Alder Vederver and I put this forth, as you know, that we asked for a delay so that there could be more time to answer questions that we submitted. And today we received a memo that addressed many of those questions. But questions remain, and I understand it's offensive to some that these questions are being raised when others have framed this so simply that the current definition of family is discriminatory and it must be changed. But it's worth noting that even with this change, discrimination will remain. While renters in the revision will be treated the same whether they pay rent in an entirely renter-occupied home or in an owner-occupied home, the actual definition of family does not change. Notions of related and unrelated will remain in the code, and limits based on the number of unrelated who can live together will remain. Let me say this again, passing this will maintain the current definition of family. We will remove the way this is applied, but the discrimination will remain. Persons living together within the current family definition in an owner-occupied setting will have no limits on the number of occupants. They could have more than 5 people living in the home. Renters, whether they are renting from an owner or have joined together as a group, would be limited to 5 unrelated. 6 would not be allowed, and if 6 were found living together, someone could lose their housing. Other municipalities, for example, Minneapolis, have done away with family definitions entirely and instead have defined terms such as intentional community in similar terms to get at the notion of a functional family, recognizing adults choose to live together under one roof for a variety of reasons, and that these are not rooming houses, they're not young adults being exploited by traveling salesmen selling magazine subscriptions, but actual households living together with intentionality. Now, we could have chosen a more complete rewrite of our zoning code, more in keeping with our progressive values, but instead, we've maintained our definition of family, related by blood, marriage, domestic partnerships, and other conventional arrangements. Note that the definitions of intentional community would still involve making a distinction between those that have that quality of intentionality and those that don't, and some might claim that this is discriminatory. But the distinction is one that could be said to recognize some of the characteristics of healthy neighborhoods, neighborhoods which, according to the comp plan, are the building blocks of our city. Now, concerned residents in our districts, District 5 and District 13, have expressed their questions and their perhaps even consternation, but they're not entirely, and you've gotten lots of emails, sorry about that, but that's not entirely in my mind without basis. Many of our residents have real-life experiences that are not uncommon in neighborhoods adjacent to university campuses. And this is the same elsewhere in the state, as we've seen in the 2015 report published by the UW Extension about cities with UW branch campuses that these city planners and policymakers are forced to deal with. The same study that was referenced by earlier in one of our speakers, Barbara Erlenborn, and you should have all received in an email. Both of our districts have parcels that are zoned TRV1. In District 13, there's a rectangular section of parcel south of Regent Street and north of St. James Court, bounded by on the western side by South Randall Street and to the east by South Mills. In District 5, there's a section of TRV1 on a portion of Lathrop. These properties were ceded some time ago into what is essentially a student district. Very few non-student households choose to live in these areas for obvious reasons. What was fun while you were in college, and we all know what that's like, some of us long ago, others just recently, it's not the same later in your life. With this change, however, the occupancy restriction in TRV1 will be the same as the properties on adjacent streets. Right now, there is a boundary, a very clear boundary. With this change, there are reasonable concerns that boundary will fade over time. And you may ask, big deal, what's the problem with that? For residents in their districts, they have real-life stories of what happens when a bunch of college students move in next door. There have been a number of situations in which a parent decides it's more sensible and economical for the family to purchase a home for the college student child to live in, and rather than to pay the expensive rents at some of the amenity-rich newer housing. And it's a better investment. Besides, the home can be placed in the child's name, and rooms can be rented to other college students, each having their own room. And when the kid graduates, you can sell the house for a tidy profit. When this has happened, it has happened, and invariably there are complaints. And these complaints don't happen in the student areas. I don't imagine staff gets a lot of complaints in these the TRV1 districts and District 13, that is basically all students, or on Lathrop Street. Because what happens in residential areas is different than what happens with a bunch of college students. And we realize that in our neighborhoods, we had a situation where something that is very normal in the experience of, say, high school students of having Friday night lights and loud football games doesn't work in a traditional residential neighborhood. So there are concerns. So we live in a landlord-friendly state, and we're preempted from registering landlords. We heard this tonight. We're also preempted from doing rent control and preempted from programmed inspections of rental properties. And this is a landlord-friendly change, and it's little wonder to me that this proposal was widely embraced by the real estate industry. The reason Alder Vitever and I wanted to slow this down was to study this further, to explore our options, not to kill this, but to improve it. That's why this amendment embraces and accepts all the changes that are included, but for one area. We're told now that we may get around someday to redefining family in a more progressive way when we do the next zoning code rewrite. I heard Matt Tucker say that, I believe, at Plan Commission. Yet the word family appears in lots of places. It appears notably in the statement of purpose listed in the defining traditional residential districts in our zoning code. And allow me to quote, "The TRC districts are established to stabilize, protect, and encourage throughout the city the essential characteristics of the residential areas typically located on the isthmus, near east and near west portions of the city, and to promote and encourage a suitable environment for family life while accommodating a full range of life cycle housing." This amendment is a compromise. It doesn't remove the discriminatory and antiquated definition of family. That change will have to wait for another day. It does one thing and one only. It recognizes the economics of housing in a Big Ten campus with a much discussed shortage of affordable student housing. And in so doing, it would reduce the incentive for investors to purchase lower priced properties in campus adjacent neighborhoods and convert them to rentals, still allowing 3 renters to live in this overlay as well as everywhere in the city. And in fact, elsewhere in the city, it would go up to 5. And lastly, we would sunset this provision after 3 years, knowing that, hoping that all the new units in the pipeline would also address, temper this demand by more supply. And I have one last statement to make. Passing this compromise would not, in my mind, be a stopping point, but an invitation to staff and future councils to address the ongoing flaws by moving to a more expansive definition of family. and also committing ourselves to monitoring the impacts that may or may not happen from this change, including the conversion of homes to rentals, potential increases in prices of rentals, and rental units households who are currently paying rents in other portions of our city where this applies. I ask that you support this, but if you don't, I would ask that everyone, including staff, be thinking more broadly in the future about how we can update our zoning code to embrace our progressive values regarding a more expansive definition of family. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver?
Recently, investigators from the University of Wisconsin released data that ethanol, that we had all thought was a really good idea for our environment, was actually potentially contributing more to climate change than the use of gasoline. In the 50s, when our schools were integrated, thousands upon thousands of Black teachers lost their jobs and were relegated to domestic servitude. I mention these examples because they are examples of intentionally doing good things, but still having consequences that are also bad. We can hold these two truths together, that we can have the intention of doing the right thing, of changing this definition, and understanding that we can have negative impacts. Our initial request for delay was to better understand the ramifications of those negative impacts, and today we received a report that does go through those. I'm guessing many people in this room have not had the opportunity to see that report because it came out this afternoon. But I'll read from it in relation to the campus areas. The single-family home rental market near the UW-Madison campus operates very differently than the single-family home rental market in the rest of the city. In general, rents for single-family homes that have been converted into multiple 4+ bedroom rental property in the UW-Madison campus area are rented by non-family households, groups of roommates. These units command rents that are less than what is charged for 1 to 2 bedroom units and new construction on a per bedroom basis. Further, it's possible that properties that are currently selling at the lower end of the market, as we've discussed before, will face increased competition from investor landlords looking to convert properties to student-targeted rental housing. So we know that the campus area is different. And that is why we are asking for this very modest compromise in this amendment to say, in this area, let's slow the roll, let's limit unrelated individuals to 3, and then sunset that. Because we have so much housing coming on board in the near campus areas that will be attractive to students going forward. It will not eliminate the pressures on the near campus areas. One of our alders talked about, well, why would any students want to live there? And I'll tell you why, because I walked the neighborhoods with my neighborhood association last year talking to the students. They want to, in some cases, they want to live in a quieter area, a walkable, more neighborhood feel. That is not going to stop. There's still going to be demand in these areas. However, we do think it will be slightly less if we give it a little bit more time to get those new properties online. We've talked a lot about all the preemptions that prevent us from being able to do some of the things we'd like to do, to be able to mitigate some of these bad circumstances that we think could happen. And we have declined to add an additional civil rights investigator who also would help mitigate some of these issues that we might perceive might arise. So we do have opportunities to do more things. It is going to be collecting data, which I want to just thank all the staff who have been involved in these conversations, from the assessor's office to Matt and Lynette and Katie and Matt Tucker. We have talked about different data points that we can gather going forward and that they have absolutely promised to put in the housing report going forward. And we know that they won't be enough to tell us if what we're doing is right, but they will at least help us watch the trends. And if there are things going awry, we can potentially step in and make changes. So again, I'm asking you for your vote for this amendment. It's common sense. It slows the roll in the near campus areas and still preserves the integrity of the underlying desire. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Beck.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to keep my remarks to the amendment itself, although I heard a lot about the underlying proposal in recent comments. I guess a couple of points. If I were one of the hundreds, maybe thousands of students who were lined up looking for housing I think it was last semester, as they were scrambling to find somewhere to live, I would take an interest in this and not understand why the student-dominated areas of the city would not open up to allow me as a student to find housing. This certainly expands housing choice, but it also has the potential to supply extra housing for students who are struggling, as we've seen. My second point is that delaying this or upping this to 3 unrelateds for 3 years and then sunsetting it seems to me to be kind of a slap in the face to other people who need housing. And the analogy I come up with is pre-civil rights Madison, when perhaps then some progressive parts of Madison could have said, we want Black people to live in our neighborhood. It's okay, we'll accept that pre-civil rights. But you know, we anticipate there could be negative consequences on our neighborhoods, on our quality of life, and therefore let's only allow certain numbers of Black people to live in our neighborhood, and let's also slow it down so that it takes more years for this particular neighborhood for them to be allowed than in other neighborhoods. And I don't really see the difference here other than when we're talking about students. So I really don't think this amendment is appropriate, and despite being, I think, considered simplistic for believing that discrimination is what's at the basis of this, I still maintain that, so I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett is next.
Thank you. Kind of try to work around my notes, which there are a lot. But quite frankly, I am aghast at any alder, especially alders that are supposed to serve constituencies, including students, to feed in to this harmful and false rhetoric about student rentals. From what, frankly, I would love to talk to any student whose parent bought them a home for college, because I don't think that's a problem in Madison. Overall, from what I see, this is not about serving students, it's not about serving renters, it's about appeasing homeowners that believe that students are going to turn their neighborhoods into animal houses. And this is false. I encourage any alder to walk around the Eagle Heights neighborhood, to walk around the students living off campus around Regent Street, to talk to the students living off of University Avenue, living near Camp Randall, not even just near Camp Randall, living off of University Avenue, all the way near West High School, and tell them that you don't think we should slow this down, that we don't need more student rentals, and I think they would have something else to say. And I think that as an alder, as it's not our job just to listen and feed in to the loudest voices, but listen to, and not just, for some, basically obvious ploys to advance campaign politics. But it's our duty to listen to and uplift the most underserved constituents in our community, those that don't have voice, those that don't have access or feel comfortable going to neighborhood association meetings and advocating for themselves. And as your honorary student or former student recently, and someone that is most connected to students outside of this out-of-date rhetoric about students, it's kind of funny, the rhetoric that I've heard. I would say, first off, this idea about pulling together 5 students that have money to pay for housing is simply not true. If in the student housing market right now, we are in a student housing crisis, yes. And the reason why this helps the student housing crisis is because all of the student housing rentals that are being built are luxury high-rises. Things that are upwards of $1,200, $1,400 a month. I was just talking to a student whose rent went up for a 2-bedroom from $2,100 to $3,800 a month this past year. And these are I was talking to a student who paid $500 for a house across the street from Bassett Street Brunch Club, which was recently demolished to build a luxury high-rise. That student now has to find housing elsewhere in Madison, and some of the only places where they can afford is on the outskirts of campus. So this is not serving this is literally serving low to moderate income students that can't afford anywhere else to live in the city so that they can attend school. But aside from this is not just about serving students. It's about serving the entire city of Madison. Quite frankly, I think this has very little impact on students, especially when we look at the entire scope of the city of Madison, and how this will impact renters and just people in general, where, so I just also wanted to acknowledge this idea. I feel like we could copy paste from the TOD overlay discussion to this, about this idea about the right to single family housing. Let me flip the page. This is not, single family housing is not a right. It is a privilege. It is a privilege that not many have. Housing is a human right. And housing is a human right that many renters, many people living in the city of Madison do not have access to. And that is the right that we need to be serving, not a privilege to single family housing. So overall, I really hate this rhetoric about what students are or are not. Just because students live in a certain area doesn't mean that they're going to turn into animal houses. Some people just want a place to live so that they can study. And we should be providing that. And we should be providing it for the rest of the people living in the city of Madison. The Black and brown people that are getting complaints from their neighbors about their housing situation. What if those complaints were about building inspection to help those renters have safe living situations? What if instead of punishing Black and brown people by lengthening this process, alders supported those people and actively sought their voices rather than feeding in to those that have access and privilege to this city, to this voice. So overall, I'm sure it's clear where I stand on the amendment and this, but and I also wanted to acknowledge that if the intent of this amendment is to get rid of the family definition, then why not just do that? Why lessen it to 3 people? That doesn't really make sense. And that again feeds into why this is not about serving renters. It's about serving homeowners. And I think that we do need to provide more pathways to home ownership, but we need to provide a broad range of housing in this city, especially for those that can't afford anywhere else to live in the city. So thank you for your time.
Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
I have a lot of papers on my desk. I have been chided for my abstaining on matters before the body. Only once have I succumbed to the pressures by colleagues to vote for an item that I knew in my heart was wrong. I vowed never to allow that to happen again. I am in conflict with this ordinance. The definition of family is outdated and antiquated. 1966, zoning code MGO 28.03, 1969. My conflict is the definition of family. In my experience in the area that I represent, many individuals who are doubled up, tripled up, couch surfing to avoid homeless situations may support this. I reached out to the community that was not heard. I was glad to see John Brown and Maddie Reese show up. I reached out to the NRTs. I wanted to know what their comment was on this topic. While I support updating the definition of family, I do not support the rush to approve this ordinance. We have the opportunity to hold absentee landlords accountable. The focus is on students, but the impact of this legislation will impact all across the entire city. We have the opportunity to get this right. I was not able to attend the planning committee meeting, but I listened to it intently, especially the public comments. And I understand, as I said, the why for the change. But one of the things that I thought I heard is that, was there consideration for this to be delayed? And what I remember hearing is that we felt that we needed to deal with this now because extending it or referring it would put it into the body, the new alders that would be coming on. And this is such a complex issue that they would not have time to grapple with it because they were new alders coming in and they had a lot on their plate to learn. That bothered me because what it said was there is a possibility of thinking that the new alders who would be sitting in this space would not have the capability to grapple with this. I don't believe that is the case. I believe that this is such a critical issue. I believe that there is a bevy of information related to the non-expected consequences, and to push this forward so quickly, I'm just not comfortable with it. I will not be supporting it. And I do have to say that I am struggling with it, but I think that we can do more. The city has to do more. It has to begin to address the issues in areas not around the students, but issues related to absentee landlords and those who live in those dwellings that don't report it because of fear of being evicted. And that's not addressed here. And so I will not be supporting this because this is a shortcut, and I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that I empathize with the extremely difficult position that Alders Vitiver and Evers and other alders are probably in because this is a citywide issue, but as we're hearing, there are concentrations. But I will not be supporting the amendment because to me,
continues the theme that I think is trying to be broken up of exclusion and equity, and they're not synonymous in my world. And I go back to what voices don't we hear? And that's really resonating with me in my decision regarding just this change overall. We're not hearing from those of families who are living in multi-generational situations in order to make ends meet during our growing affordable housing crisis. We're not hearing from those of formerly homeless families who are friends to families and decide to combine their incomes to go into a lease together so they can keep a roof over their children's head that isn't temporary shelter or other unstable situations, as Harrington McKinney just mentioned, with doubled up populations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But those are the voices that I'm not hearing. And I think we can all speculate on why we haven't heard those voices and perspectives, but also as policymakers, think for a moment about our current structure to provide public comment. Just about 2 years ago, when this current cohort was sworn into office, addresses of registrants used to be announced instead of their district number. And we've heard a lot of statements about unintended consequences, but what about the fear of being outed for being in violation of this current zoning regulation just by publicly advocating for yourself and those currently excluded by the current definition? It's also clear from public comment, from public meetings, from the BCCs and other iterations that this policy has been in front of, that this change won't magically solve our community's challenges around housing cost, of housing option, of neighborhoods that have more concentration of single-family homes than those that don't. And it's for that sake that we can't let the conversation stop here tonight, no matter the outcome. But the vote before us, from my perspective, and that's as an alder sitting on the Plan Commission, an alder of this body and your peer, one who's watched recordings of public meetings, shifted through the many, many emails about the topic, and listened to testimony, is about allowing those who rent to have the same legal protection to decide who they choose to live with that those who own their home currently have. And tonight I'm choosing to uphold my vote to support this change to equal that choice. And that in itself is modest, as one of the public registrants described before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I have a question for staff on the amendment, though I'm happy to just reframe my question as discussion and let the sponsors of the amendment to the motion deal with it if they will.
Is there objection to questions for staff on the amendment? Seeing no objection, go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who this is for, but I'm wondering if the area of West Campus is excluded for about 30 months, but the ordinance goes into effect elsewhere. Is that enough time for us to take any trends that might also apply to the campus area that we've excluded?
So we do get this, if it's the sales data, looking at number of, say, properties sold to an LLC or to an out-of-state, we can track that not exactly in real time, but sort of on an ongoing basis to know if there's some sort of large uptick. We would know that.
Yeah, you're asking about just the change from 2 to 3, if we would see any impacts?
No, I was actually asking about sales and any sort of owner-occupied to rental conversions that would be happening in the city. Is that enough to tell us what might happen in the campus area as well?
So the other areas, I mean, I think as Matt explained, the campus areas are a little bit different as far as the housing market. And every neighborhood is actually a little bit different in its own way. So I'm not sure we could draw like a conclusion to say rents went up and it was because of this, or property values went up and it was because of this, because those things are already happening. It's hard to tie it to a particular policy change to say it went up X% more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I'll pause and see if there are other questions for staff on the amendment. All right, seeing none, Alder Fair?
Thank you. I and a lot of very good comments. I was going to say, I guess I'll still say, when Alder Vitiver said we should slow our roll, it resonated with me in a little bit of our rhetoric, not necessarily in the policy proposal. I think that we could all agree that we're all speculating, every single one of us, because none of us actually knows how this is going to play out, regardless of whether you want the whole thing, you want to trash it, or you want a compromise of some kind, right? I think that there's a lot of truth being spoken on all the sides of this. I signed on to the ordinance change for a lot of the reasons Alder Curry just spoke about. And yet I really sympathize or empathize and am leaning towards supporting the amendment for the reasons that you heard from the two sponsors. I lived in the Vilas neighborhood for 3 years when I was in college, and it was fantastic. And one of the reasons it was fantastic was because of the mix that it is. And I assume, all right, other neighborhoods are like that around campus as well. And I think as a vibrant community, we do want to try to make sure that that mix continues. That's what makes, neighborhoods and cities rather wonderful, is that they kind of are open to all different types of living, if you will. And obviously, definitely, all different types of people and all that kind of thing. I haven't heard many people really from our public comment or alders worried about huge, Animal House frat party situations. I haven't really heard that rhetoric. But on the same token, I can understand, if a neighborhood gets out of balance and it shifts from the nice mix of owner-occupied family houses, or however, defining that family is the question, to and the other part of the mix being student, houses where 4 or 5 people live in it and having a party here and there. I think we can handle that, but if that mix gets out of hand, then it can tip and go the other way, and people start, moving, and then a neighborhood that is loved by the students and by families, however we want to define families, is lost. And we lose some of the specialness of our downtown. So I guess I don't know, what my point is necessarily, except to say that this is nothing, none of us can sit here and say we know what's going to happen. And I don't think any of us can sit here and say that we are righteous on this. I think the amendment is a fairly obvious compromise, I guess, or obvious might be the wrong word, but a very, well-intended compromise that I would actually ask that the rest of us really consider. And then we do have time to evaluate and to continue thinking about the definition of family and to make a change depending on how this goes in however long it is, 3 years or whatever it is. So I think this is an amendment worth passing, and I hope we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler.
Yeah. I graduated from the university now 32 years ago. But I have been working at the university for 25 years serving non-traditional students, both creating courses and also degree programs. There are all different types of college students, and they're not all ages 18 to 22. If we're taking time to re-examine the definition of family, then we also need to have a definition of what student is. I want more student housing. I think it's important. But I'm also conflicted with this amendment, and so I will not be supporting it. That's all.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Olson?
Yeah, I wanted to speak on the amendment, and I support the underlying main motion and would like to see it passed. But in the spirit of working together, I'm open to amendments, and this amendment has some reasonable, not quite, reasonable is maybe not the right word. The amendment is not the end of the world. It does two things that I appreciate. It sunsets. It gets to the end goal in the entire city within 2 years. Certainly, we're to the entire most of the city almost right away, but then we're to the rest of the city in 32 months, and I think that's and I appreciate that. And then as an added sweetener, it improves from 2 to 3, which I think makes a lot of folks' lives a lot better. One of my challenges with this amendment is that my fundamental drive with the underlying motion is that, simply put, it corrects discrimination against renters, right? I mean, we can distill it down to a very simple, this discriminates against renters. And I'll talk about that when we get to the main motion. And so I'm uncomfortable saying, okay, well, we're going to let some discrimination continue on for, 32 more months, not so bad. And my problem is that I'm not sure we're going to learn a lot. And staff didn't really assuage my concerns here. If the downtown, the near campus area is where we expect most things to happen, excluding it means that we're literally taking out where we think we're going to see most action. The place where we're going to learn the most, we're not going to learn anything for 32 months. And then we're going to turn it off and sunset it. And so, as an experiment, as a data gathering exercise, it feels like we're not going to learn quite as much because we're not sure how we're going to translate the areas of the city where action might happen, but we think there's one theory that says that it will be less intense changes than this near campus area. And so that's where I'm really getting hung up on this, and I hope that maybe the sponsors can talk about this a little bit more, that if there's enough that we can learn from excluding this area, if that's going to tell us something or what we're going to sort of get out of this, and that's where I'm trying to think about this. And I could, if there's a clear win other than giving people more time to adjust to it, I could get there. But if it's if it is sort of we're just slowing down, I'm having a harder time seeing how I can support it. So I look forward to if they're able when they speak later to talk a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will not be supporting this amendment. Appreciate a lot of the discussion that's happened. To the point just made by my colleague, I agree. I don't think I actually don't see this as a compromise at all, and I certainly don't see it as a path towards sort of going slow and learning and having some opportunity to do anything other than continue the discrimination that it sounds like everybody understands, agrees with is occurring. What this does simply continues that discrimination in certain select neighborhoods, those represented by the sponsors of this amendment, for some amount of time. I don't understand. So the compromise is, yes, for those that don't want this to be passed, for those that don't want this change, if they live in those select neighborhoods, then they get to avoid that change for a certain amount of time. And so I ask myself, who benefits and who's burdened here? It's been a really confusing discussion in a lot of ways from what we've heard, but it's very clear who benefits. And I think who benefits are the residents that live here that we've heard from, that we've received a lot of emails from, that we've heard in public comments over the last several months, who are afraid. They're afraid of what will happen if this change occurs. They're afraid that their quality of life will be degraded. They're afraid that their neighborhood character will be eroded. They're afraid that their neighborhood is going to be a less desirable place for themselves to live in. Who's burdened is people that are living in contradiction to this current definition, who have the potential to lose their housing, whose burden is people that are renters that have limited choices and that would not have additional choices opened up to them if we were to pass this tonight without the amendment. I don't think it's really complicated at all. It's very clear. And so if we look at the demographics of the people who are benefiting, and again, the benefit here is really just to assuage fear. And those residents are overwhelmingly higher income and white. And who would benefit if we pass this tonight without the amendment? Are renters. And who are renters? Renters are overwhelmingly lower income and less white. These are just simply facts that we know and are very clear. And so the idea that we should sort of compromise, that we should, yes, get rid of this discrimination in most of the city, but continue to discriminate in these select areas. I just really miss the logic of it. And I feel like we've got ourselves all worked up to, we always like to have sympathy for folks. I feel like, oh, maybe they're going to be really impacted. Let's just throw them this bone. Well, what will it hurt? We'll just give them a few more years. Eventually we'll all get there. And the fact that we would be willing to trade this like comfort to them of, hey, your quality of life, your neighborhood character, all these things, don't worry, you've got 2.5 more years of the same. That, of course, by the way, you all can continue to work in that meantime to get rid of the sunset provision, perhaps, or that when this comes back up to be sunset, to think that we aren't going to have then the same discussion, or the future council won't have the same discussion. People saying, well, we're just still not certain. We need a couple more years to know if we make this change, it still might impact us. And meanwhile, we're knowingly then burdening renters for 2.5 more years in neighborhoods that have great transportation choices, great access to jobs and to the universities. I don't think it's actually that complicated. And I really urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and vote for the underlying motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Thank you. I won't be voting for this amendment, but I do want to say a couple things that have come up tonight. First of all, I think it's unfortunate that that we buy into lived experience when it's someone else's lived experience. I believe the residents that came tonight voiced what they are feeling and what they're experiencing, and they told their truth. Just like each one of us will tell our truth, and without fear of being in the next byline, tagline. I will say that talking to residents in my district, there was a lot of concerns that this amendment, and I'll be saying this on the main motion also, that this amendment would negatively affect the people in the District 14, which already has 70% renters. They believe that the cost of ownership, home ownership, would further be distanced from families who want to buy homes. And right now, these homes are relatively inexpensive compared to the city. Excuse me. The other feeling they had was it would make homeowners, not make, but the desire of getting a larger amount to sell their homes to someone else would be more desirable than holding on to their homes. So all things that I'm just telling right now is lived experience. It's the people that live in my district and how they feel about it. I have to say that this is concentrating on one area, which I totally understand how each and every one of the residents and the alders feel, and our position is to listen to our constituents and advocate for our constituents. That's why we all have the privilege of sitting in these chairs. But one of the things that I will say about this amendment is that it doesn't go far enough. I think that what we really need to do, and I'll talk about this later, Mayor, but I think that we really need to do is a deeper dive. Some people say that there's no more data is going to change anything. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that we need a deeper dive into this. In my community, the African American community, I can tell you that it's always been a multi-generational household. Now, I don't know about the folks that are in their 20s, if they're going to continue that tradition, but I grew up in a multi-generational household. When my grandmother used to come stay with us, she stayed for the whole summer to my chagrin. But nevertheless, we knew she was coming. And so that's how I grew up. My relatives in Louisiana, there's always a senior in somebody's house. That's how we protect our family. And that's the tradition that my culture has embraced over time. I just feel that this amendment is not going far enough. And the previous, the main motion still needs to be tweaked. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vitiver.
Since I was asked to speak to this, I will. The purpose of this amendment is not to gather data. It is not to discriminate. It is to slow housing speculation in an area of the city that is different than the rest of the city because of the impacts of its near campus position. As staff have said, I want to be crystal clear. The renters in these neighborhoods are not students of color. They are not low-income students. They are higher-income students. Maybe they're, a lot of, in some cases, we do have houses that are being purchased by parents. It is happening. It is not it might happen. It absolutely is happening. And it is real, and the concern of the residents is that it will happen much, much more. And so that is the purpose of this, is to just slow that speculation until there is more housing stock available, such that the pressures of the system are less. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And thank you for acknowledging that that was for the second time. Alder Evers, also for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to speak to a critique that we just heard from our colleague. If the main motion passes, it actually arguably will increase housing values. I similarly don't co-sign with those who speak out against this out of fear. And I similarly with folks who spoke out against TOD who were fearful of changes, and people who make distinctions between renters and people who own homes, and have gone so far as to suggest, well, renters won't shovel their sidewalks, or they won't take out their trash, or there'll be an increase of crime, or anything like that. I absolutely don't agree with that. But I am concerned about that home that goes for $275,000 in Greenbush. That could be a home that a person of color, a gay couple, anybody else, and a first-time home buyer, it would be within reach. But when that home could then be rented, potentially, say it's a 3-bedroom house, but then you could convert a dining room into a 4th bedroom and maybe the basement into the 5th, and then you can charge $750 to $800 a month in rent, because Well, I mean, everybody else is paying $1,000 or $1,200 a month in rent. Then it takes opportunities out of the market. The speculative thrust will increase housing values, and homeowners in District 13 will benefit. But who will be burdened? It'll be that person who perhaps is trying hard to buy their first home. And Greenbush is a challenged neighborhood, 25% owner-occupied. Historically, it's felt pressures due to innovations in the 1960s called urban renewal that at the time were thought to be, sensible and advanced. But it resulted in a lot of people losing their housing, and the demographics of that whole Greenbush community radically changed. What was a modest income but thriving neighborhood of blacks and Jews and Italians was decimated. So let's be careful when we think about a community like Greenbush that's already challenged. There is a potential for this to unleash a speculative interest on the part of landlords who are looking to capitalize, because landlords do not believe that housing is a human right. Real estate investors do not believe, generally speaking, that housing is a human right. So going slow allows us to at least keep some consideration in a vulnerable neighborhood like Greenbush. And that's why I think this is sensible. It's not out of self-interest that it's being put forth. It's out of a recognition that the economics of this particular area are challenging and are different and are on pressure. And we have lots of indications, even from one of our colleagues, about how difficult it is to find affordable student housing. And this was probably not going to be the solution, in the sense that the housing in this area will more likely go to wealthier people, but it won't be probably that first-time home buyer. It'll be rents of people who are doing co-housing in a way that could drive up the price of the properties there. Going slow in this particular area recognizes that the campus-adjacent neighborhoods are different from the rest of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett for the second time.
Yes. Well, I would love to learn about these students who have families suddenly buying homes. Do tell, because that seemingly is not a problem in the broader picture of all the students that this would serve. And if low to moderate income students are living in these areas, where are they living? Because I can guarantee you that they aren't living in these luxury high-rises downtown. And I can guarantee you that many of them who I have talked to live in your districts. So I know several people that live in these districts, and I know that we haven't heard from them today. And I'm happy, if this weren't to pass, to bring them to council to make sure that their voices are heard, because they weren't heard today. We didn't hear from renters that are living in this district that would be positively impacted by this change. And I honestly find this rhetoric just absolutely out of touch with what this population needs. And again, changing our neighborhoods, I find it laughable in some sense to think that all of a sudden all these students want to be coming out to neighborhoods to have parties. Why would any student want to do that when they can have it better downtown? Doesn't make sense to me. And one other anecdotal evidence I want to bring forward is I am personal friends with some students living in Sigma Phi, which is next to the chancellor's home, and who have told me that the chancellor blank, who rest her soul, enjoyed them as neighbors. This is like also a fraternity that hosts events, hosts gatherings. And I don't know, this idea that low to moderate income students aren't, I don't know, it's just absolutely out of touch. And I think that they're, honestly, as someone that is serving many students, I would love to bring campus serving area alders or student serving alders to these conversations, to actually have conversations with students, rather than speculating or having a conversation with a couple of students and not hearing the broader picture of this housing crisis. It's just really out of touch to me.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So what's before us is the Evers-Vitiver amendment. All in favor of the amendment, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Revere. Come back to him. Alder Vitiver. Aye. Alder Wahelier.
No.
No. Alder Benford.
No.
No. Alder Bennett. No. Alder Carter.
No.
No. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry. No. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
No. Alder Foster.
No.
No. President Furman.
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney. No. Alder Hack. No. Alder Madison.
No.
No. Alder Mayadzi. No. Alder Paulson.
No.
No. Alder Fair. Aye. Alder Tischler. No. Alder Vetter. No. Alder Revere. No. Madam Mayor, I have 3 ayes and 16 noes.
With 16 noes, the amendment fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you.
Oh, don't press your button, Alder.
Is it in order to offer a substitute at this time?
It is.
Okay, I'd like to offer a substitute. I'd like to amending supplemental regulations within section 28151 MGO and definitions within section 28.211 of the Madison General Ordinance to update definitions of family. I would like to refer this to the EEOC, date 5/11, and back to the Common Council of 5/16.
Second.
Thank you, Alder Carter. So, Alder, just to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, your motion is a substitute motion to refer the item to EOC on 5/11 and back to Common Council on 5/16. All right, so the motion before us, moved and seconded, is referral. Is there discussion on the motion? Alder Harrington McKinney, would you like to speak to it?
I think that we have thoroughly discussed this issue on both sides. What is very, very clear is that we have the opportunity to get this right. We have the opportunity to make sure that we are hearing the voices that we have not heard. They're not showing up to council, but that means that we have to make sure that we are listening to them and going to where those voices are. And so I think it is appropriate that we slow this process down so that we can not only hear those voices, but also evaluate the unintended consequences that this may occur.
Thank you, Alder. And the attorney reminds me that referrals need a reason. So your reason for referring to the EOC is?
My reason for referring it to EOC is that we've talked a lot about equity, but I'm not really sure that we have looked at what equity means in the context of those who will be most affected. We talked about renters, we talked about low income, we talked about Black and brown, but we've not specifically had the opportunity to vet out those communities.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so discussion on the substitute motion to refer, Alder Carter?
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this substitute. Thank you. I think that some of the voices we've heard tonight need to also be the voices we need to hear from those areas that it best affect. I think that changing the definition of family is crucial to including multi-generational families that are traditionally living with aunts, uncles, grandparents, etc. So I would like to see this substitute go forward. Now, there's going to be people who say, no, we don't need it to go forward. There's going to be folks that say that we'll tweak it later on. But sometimes tweaking things later on never comes, or it comes 15 years later when an alder is leaving and they decide to update all the ordinances. So we really need to really get this right. This impacts so many of our constituents. And I just ask you to have the faith that we can get this right. Please vote for this substitute. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this substitute motion. We have an equal opportunities ordinance on the books that very clearly prohibits discriminating specifically in relation to housing and specifically in relation to a number of protected classes defined in the ordinances. And that includes both marital status, and it also includes student status. The current family definition discriminates in two explicit ways. It discriminates in regards to relationship, which does include marital status. And it also explicitly discriminates against renters. As we've heard in much of the discussion and the debate, much of it has been talking about about students. And there's obviously a relationship in this case between renters and students. And so while the current definition doesn't explicitly discriminate against students, instead it explicitly discriminates against renters. As you have heard over and over and over again, the actual intent is to discriminate against students. The amendment that was just defeated also all but explicitly does that in its description of the geography that's proposed and its relationship to the universities. The change that's in front of us, right, the underlying main motion that I do support and I feel a lot of urgency around passing tonight, does not address both of those forms of discrimination. It does leave the family discrimination on the books. What it does is removes much of the, it removes that discrimination in many of the cases, right? So right now, if you're a renter and you're unrelated, you're stuck at that only 2. This changes it to 5. So the discrimination that will still be on the books if we were to pass this tonight is that for related folks, you can go above 5. There's no limit on that if you're related, right? And we heard a little bit of discussion tonight. We've heard emails from a number of people. Even the sponsor of the amendment spoke to the fact that we still have this discrimination on the books, as if that were a rationale to not pass what's in front of us tonight to drastically reduce the discrimination. If we were to say, okay, let's slow down. We don't want to get rid of this discrimination quite yet, because maybe there's some more discrimination that we could get rid of. So let's hold on, let's slow down. Let's refer this out to Equal Opportunities Commission. Notwithstanding the fact that this was introduced in December of last year and not referred there, that it came back to council in January, got an additional referral to housing strategy, didn't get a referral to EOC back then. But now, here we are after months and months of this. We're at the moment to make a decision. And now, hey, let's slow down and get this right. Let's send it to EOC. What is EOC going to tell us? We should not discriminate against people because of their marital status, and we should not discriminate against people because of their student status. We have an opportunity tonight to remove much of that discrimination from our zoning code. And I stand absolutely with those that have called for further work to completely remove the family definition altogether so that we are no longer have any potential for that discrimination based on marital status. As you heard from staff, our zoning code is extremely complicated, and the use of the term family is everywhere. And it's a really significant undertaking to do that. I think it's worthwhile. I think it's something that we should do. But in no way does that mean we shouldn't approve the changes that are in front of us right now, get rid of 90+% of that discrimination, and then yes, charge staff to keep working on what is that more comprehensive zoning change that would pull it out completely, that would allow us to go to a form-based code and just deal with maximum occupancies irrespective of family definition. Absolutely, we should support that. But waiting on this, on something that's been so thoroughly researched, so thoroughly debated, and saying, no, we don't want to get rid of this discrimination quite yet. Let's send it to our Equal Opportunities Commission and ask them if they think we should get rid of this discrimination. I don't support that. I urge my colleagues to vote against this substitute motion so that we can approve the underlying motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahili.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The ordinance as it is if it's to protect renters and students, I'm 100% in supportive. But the ordinance is misleading in a way that it states that it brings people into the rental housing to increase and encourage landlords, not homeowners. This doesn't make any easier for people of color to own property. This has negative consequences that have not been fully studied. So when we see that it's referred to EOC, it will talk about what are those unintended consequences looks like. We have heard from many, and the ordinance as it is, we can support to define the family definition. We don't want discrimination for our students, neither our renters. But this ordinance as it is, it's not genuine, and it's not, it's misleading. And we might have unintended consequence. For that reason, we can slow down, there's no rush. We as a public policymakers, it's subject to interpretation. Everybody can have their own opinion and they can interpret the way they want to. But the main people who are hurt or harmed by this is those who are vulnerable. So having few months and having the EOC weigh into this, it's not going to be a big deal. But we are hearing our community what they want to hear. Majority of the callers tonight or the public testimony is why we rush these things, why we don't carry and look for data to see how that leads. And for that reason, if we can even have a little bit of time to have another committee to weigh in, I'm really surprised that this was not weighed in by the EOC. And having a month later will not harm, or it will give us a clear picture of how we want to move forward. So I hope you will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney for the second time.
Will we go into discussion? because my
Alder, we're in discussion.
okay, then I would like to reread a portion of Justice Castanedo's email. In December, I was approached by two separate interest groups, both in favor of the change of existing definition of family, and asked if I could put together an analysis of whether or not changes to the definition of family would affect speculative acquisition of housing units, particularly for the purposes of conversion to the profit short-term rental properties, or to maximize profitability beyond what the market already allows for. I convened a team and have been working on this for 6 weeks. We were not paid by any group to do this. And so I'll end there because I don't have to read the entire piece. I am recommending the referral just for the reason that has been expressed by my colleagues, but also expressed by Justice Castanedo. He is very versed, very experienced, and he has the knowledge to bring together and make recommendations. And I hope that if this is passed, that before the EOC, that they bring in justice in order to help them to process through this, so that when it comes back before this body, they will have looked at the unintended consequences, those who are impacted, those who are left out, and also to come up with the elimination of an antiquated definition for family. So I would hope that that the body would support this referral.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak on the question of referral. So the motion before us is to refer to the Equal Opportunities Commission on 5/11 and back to the Common Council on 5/16. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Revere? No. No. Alder Vidavere? No. Alder Wahelier?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Benford?
No.
No. Alder Bennett? No. Alder Carter? Aye. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry? No. Alder Evers?
No.
No. Alder Figueroa Cole? No. No. Alder Foster?
No.
No. President Furman?
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Aye. Alder Heck? No. Alder Madison? No. No. Alder Mayadzi? Yes. Alder Paulson?
No.
No. Alder Fair?
No.
No. Alder Tischler?
Yes.
Yes. Alder Vetter? No. Madam Mayor, I have 14 noes and 5 ayes.
With 14 noes, the motion fails. And we're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. I have no alders in the queue wishing to speak. So on the motion to adopt, make sure that the clerk is ready. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Revere? Aye. Aye. Alder Vidavere? No. Alder Wahelier?
No.
No. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Bennett? Aye. Aye. Alder Carter?
No.
No. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry? Aye. Alder Evers? Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Aye. President Foreman? Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney? No. Alder Heck? Aye. Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Madsey? No. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Fair? Aye. Alder Tischler? No. Alder Vetter? Aye. Madam Mayor, I have 13 ayes and 6 noes.
With 13 ayes, the motion passes. And we will move on to item 43, which is Legistar 76406, designating City of Madison polling locations for the 2023 spring election. President Furman.
Move adoption.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 43. And I'm sorry, I didn't write down who asked for separation. Are there questions for staff? Alder Miadze?
Yes, there was a few people from constituents and also people from the polling location, specifically polling 39, Ward 39 in my district, was switched to Vera Court. I was just wondering if we had city staff for a couple of questions.
Yes, the clerk is here with us. Alder, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just had a couple of questions about the location and specifically about if city staff had a chance to go to the location and to view it during during the primary.
Yes, that polling place was moved on the suggestion of the poll workers. They were concerned about residents walking uphill to get to the church where they had been voting and requested that the polling place be moved to Vera Court, which we did. And we did not receive complaints from voters. Deputy Clerk Jim Verbick has been on site multiple times, and we had staff at the polling location on election day to get them started in the morning and to check on them during the day, and Jim may have more specifics to add.
Yeah, I was not there on election day, but clerk staff was there, as the clerk said, to get them started. He did say it was a little crowded, but it was we definitely had that in multiple locations across the city.
Additional questions, Alder?
Yes. Depending on when I was there around 4 to 5, I saw that this location was pretty crowded, like you said. And I'm just wondering about the accessibility of having wheelchairs being able to maneuver within this location. Do you think it's accessible that wheelchairs be able to move around freely, and how closed it was, having tables and chairs? I'm just wanting to make sure that we're having a place that is accessible for everybody, for disabilities and wheelchairs and so on.
Yeah, I did ask. I did ask the clerk staff that was there if he felt that somebody who had a wheelchair or other mobility device would be able to maneuver. He felt that they would. I also asked another colleague who also has been to that location before, and they felt the same as well. I know we didn't have a lot of lead time to ask for accommodations in the room. I understand that the neighborhood center has a lot of programming for kids, and we certainly are receptive to that, and are not asking them to kick anyone out from stuff that's been planned for quite some time. I believe we were in the computer center, which they say has a standing room of 45. I think we only had about seven to 10 poll workers scheduled, so that was a lot for about 30 or so voters. So we felt confident that that would be a decent allotment for voters to be for something like a November election or something with presidential. We would see if we could get that multi-purpose room that has a double-ish capacity to accommodate more voters. But from what I've heard from colleagues, they feel that there is adequate space for someone with the wheelchair mobility device to maneuver.
And my last question, basically on, and hopefully you understand the lining of my questioning is basically for my constituents and making sure that their voices are heard and certain issues are addressed. Last one was people parking almost a block away. When I was there, I did see a couple people having to walk almost a block away. So the parking was an issue. Can you address that as well?
Certainly, yeah. I know we've had some people, as the clerk said, the people that we've heard from were not voters, but we actually heard from poll workers who talked about parking. And when we look at location, poll worker parking is very low on what we consider for polling places. We certainly do consider voter parking. I know people have talked about using Mendota Elementary, and I think there's probably less accessibility with Mendota Elementary because Mendota has just 10-minute parking spots directly across from the school on the odd side of School Road. There's some parking that's kind of south of the school on School Road. There's no parking on Northport Drive, and the parking lot itself is occupied by school staff during most of the day. Versus the Vericourt Neighborhood Center, there is that parking lot out front. There is open parking on the odd side of Vericourt. I do understand that it's probably fairly busy in like the 4:30 to 6 p.m. area as staff and programming is wrapping up or commencing. And so it probably is difficult during that time. But I imagine it's probably a lot harder to find a parking spot by the Mendota Elementary throughout most of the day. The majority of polling places that we have on the city don't have wide open parking lots that are accessible all day. Apart from maybe if you look at businesses and churches and parks, those might be the polling places that have more readily available parking immediately outside. But as I said, I didn't make it to the Vericourt polling place. I spent a lot of time in the southwest side of the city. When I visited non-elementary, I definitely parked at least a couple blocks away. And when I left at about 3:30, as everyone was getting picked up, I was kind of glad I parked that far away because it was a parking lot in front of the school as far as trying to access it. So it's not uncommon for our voters to have to park a block away. We try to find polling places that are walkable and is close to, if not in the middle of the wards in which they serve, so it's easy to access like that.
All right, and just the last question. There was before both 38, Ward 8, 38 and 39 was combined, and they were at Mendota before. Why did we switch away from that? And is it possibly to have a no parking sign during, not no parking sign, but allowing parking at Mendota during voting time?
Mayor, point of order.
Hold on a second, Jim. We have a point of order, President Furman.
Unless he's going to be changing the polling location here on the spot, as far as accommodations at the individual location, this is a discussion that could happen offline. It's 11 o'clock at night. We've had a long agenda to try to work this out here. Just seems inappropriate.
Thank you, President Furman. I think that the Alder's questions are in order, but perhaps your opinion will be noted. Jim, did you want to respond to the question?
Yeah, I know when in November we weren't together at Mendota, we had Ward 38 was at Lakeview Lutheran. As the clerk said, we had concerns about the hill, and especially in the February elections where it tends to be a little icier, there's definitely that added concern with the hills. Ward 39 was at Vericourt. The reason we switched Mendota hosting 38 to 39 is because Mendota is in the middle of Ward 38, and Vericourt is, while in 38, it's right on the edge of 39. And so if we were to have voters in Ward 39 voting at Mendota Elementary, they'd be going past Vericourt to get to that one, and we'd have voters in Ward 38 going past Mendota Elementary to get to Vericourt. So we'd have voters crossing past polling places that have voting signs, and there'd be likely the added issue of voters going to the wrong polling place because they see the closest one is not their polling place that actually does serve them.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, for letting that line of questioning going, and thank you for city staff for staying up with me to answer these very important questions with a very important election coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. The motion, are there any additional questions? Alder Harrington McKinney was there, but is... We'll add Alder Harrington McKinney as a sponsor on item 43. Seeing no additional questions, it's been been moved and seconded. Alder Carter? Alder Carter, did you have a question? No. Okay. It's been moved.
No question.
All right. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous approval on item 43? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous approval on item 43, and we'll go on to item 55. Item 55 is Legistar 75939, which is making various changes to the Madison General Ordinances to allow direct introduction and sponsorship of certain resolutions recommended. Oh, sorry, that's item 54. It's late, folks. Item 55 is, in fact, 75964, which is amending the 2023 adopted operating budget to allocate additional funds to the fire department for the purposes of expanding CARES, funded through a corresponding reduction in the Common Council budget. On item 55, President Furman, a motion?
Move to place on file without prejudice.
Moved and seconded to place on file without prejudice. Are there questions for staff? Alder Evers, is it a question? No. Then is there discussion? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move an alternate, please, and that is that we approve the original motion.
Second. So there's a motion and a second to adopt. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Alder Evers.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for staff. First is Chief Carbon. He's there. Thank you, Chief. If perhaps you could just share briefly with colleagues the need for this third team to be added. It calls for them to be added in April, from what I understand, which is soon. And if you could share a little bit about the reason behind this and why it's needed, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll try to give a quick synopsis. We are scheduled, we're in the hiring process right now to be adding staff to begin expansion into the weekend hours as part of the budgetary process that we planned for. Originally stated in the budget this fall. in October, we would be adding additional staff and adding this peak time unit from roughly the hours of about 11 a.m. till 7 p.m. Following the data thus far, that sort of follows the areas where we're not able to serve a significant portion of calls because Carrier 1 and Carrier 2 are already tied up serving the existing call volume. And so based upon the data that we've been tracking, working with the data coming out of the public health and the internal data as well, you put those together, and that is where we see the biggest need right now. And so this proposal would essentially.
Chief, can you hold on a minute, please? Sorry. Alder Paulson?
Yeah, just a point of or point of personal privilege. A challenge to hear the chief. Maybe he can get a little closer to his microphone or so.
Chief, we're having a little trouble hearing you. If you can move closer to the mic.
Yeah, is this any better?
It is, thank you.
All right, the problem is then you have to see my face that much closer, so, you know, I apologize on that one. So I don't know how much of that came through, but essentially, just again, a quick synopsis is that we are currently in a hiring process to add staffing to move into the weekend hours as previously approved and part of the budgetary process. This proposal in front of us right now concerned adding peak time staffing, which is based upon our data collection and when we're not able to service calls that are available or requested for CARES, when CARES 1 and CARES 2 are already tied up on calls. Right now, we're looking at about 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. for that peak time unit. Within the budget right now, we have scheduled to add staffing to accomplish that beginning, I believe, in the 1st of October. And so the proposal beforehand would accelerate that staffing higher to allow us to add personnel to begin serving the peak time unit here on a quicker basis. Happy to answer any more detail that's needed.
If I heard you correctly, thank you, Chief, for that. What percentage is it of calls that are not currently being picked up? That kind of gives the basis for wanting to add this third team during the peak hours?
Yeah, and I apologize, Alder, I don't have a specific percentage right now, but I can tell you it is significant. Right now, CARES 1 and CARES 2, the volume is consistently increased, and we're between the two of them, they're in the upper 40s to 50 calls per week. To the extent that their utilization data, they're effectively being used for their entire 8-hour shift without downtime. And so I would say they're at what we would, to this point, think would be sort of maximum capacity. But I apologize for not having a specific percentage in front of me.
Well, thank you for that, Chief. Assistant Chief Stedman said at Finance, I believe, that it was roughly 50% of the calls are not being able to be picked up, and that having this third team during peak hours would move us further to addressing this need. Does that sound familiar to you or reasonable?
Yeah, that would absolutely be reasonable and correlate with the data that I'm familiar with.
Thank you. And then I have a question for Dave Schmedeke, please. One of the things that came up in finance that an alternate purpose for this money might be to be used for the contingency reserve. This 91,000 should be all put there in case that we've had too much snow and other. In past years, our contingency reserve, which is, I believe, is close to $2 million. What is the approximate percentage of the average over the last 5-10 years or so that we dip into that contingency reserve? Is it 95%? Is it 98%? Or is it more like 50%?
Alder Evers, it has varied from not being used at all to being used entirely over that span of time. And I will say that any underspending or non-use of the contingent reserve ultimately does help with the general fund balance, and which, the city has a goal of maintaining 15% of a general fund balance relative to its budget. So any underspending helps towards meeting that target.
So are we in danger of using the contingency reserve this year, from what you can tell?
Well, we're less than 3 months into the fiscal year, so it's difficult to know. We've had several snowstorms. how the weather will play out over the rest of the year could have an effect, as could overruns of budgets. We've seen that in the fire department, for example, for overtime and other departments. So there are other possibilities out there as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Paulson. Questions?
Yeah, I just had a question on the fiscal impact. This isn't creating a new position, this is just accelerating a position that was already budgeted for, and so I want to understand the impact on the '24 budget. Is this committing new funds that will need to be matched, or is this using the sort of one-time money to accelerate that and then still leaving that levy capacity available somewhere? I didn't maybe ask that the right way, so I'm hoping you can kind of figure that out.
So this increase is not fully funded in 2023, and the fiscal note points that out. It will cost a total of $164,000 in 2024. So an additional amount will have to be appropriated to sustain this increase in service level on a full year basis.
Okay, so this is a new position. This is not.
I think the positions created in the current budget later in the fiscal year, this would move it up in the fiscal year, but not fund it for the entire year. So there is not enough funding to cover a full year, which means that there's additional funding that'll have to be appropriated in order to fund it for an entire year in 2024. Okay, and that amounts another $82,000.
Okay, so if I can just ask a follow-up, what we've set ourselves up for, if we do nothing, we were already going to be short in '24 anyway.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. The motion is to adopt. Is there discussion? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. To me, this makes a lot of sense. We, in our budget deliberations in November, originally we had $200,000 budgeted to expand CARES. I offered an amendment that reduced that by half so that we would have funds to consider other possibilities. One in particular, to possibly funding an increase in alder pay. That was voted down, and this money has been left hanging. There have been other interests and other concerns that have also, those have been voted down as well, and we can review them, whether it's money for community services or for additional staffing and the EOC staffing to help handling complaints. Those admirable goals were voted down. Here we have a chance to do some good. The argument that we should put this into contingency reserve was not brought up when we were talking about an increase in older pay. If that was a definitive reason and that really spoke to us, then those of us who really feel strongly for that should not have supported older pay. We have this money available. It's available to do something good. I would ask my colleagues not to vote against this, considering personalities of whether they like to sponsor or not, or about whether or not the particular amendment that you perhaps championed passed or not. Those have been put to bed unless someone who voted no wants to bring them back for reconsideration. Those are likely not going to come back. And this money is kind of use it or lose it. We do not make the choice to spend the money now to expand CARES. It's unlikely that anything else will be before us that we'll be voting on. To me, this is something that I assume there's a near unanimous, near consensus that this is an important thing for our city. Expanding CARES seems to me to be something that we can all agree on. The benefits are there. We know the mental health needs in our community are profound. We know that the mental health needs are exacerbated in times of economic struggle with high inflation and the leftover impacts of the pandemic have people stressed out. And under those circumstances, we have to ask ourselves, who is best to serve those needs? And dedicated professionals who are trained mental health experts who can be in a place to do with this is preferable than to having a sworn and armed officer. And so if we can do this, I think we should, and I would ask that you support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, discussion?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting this. And the reason that I'm supporting this is that it was requested. I did not support the other initiatives because it was money that was not requested by the CARES, by CARES. And I'm specifically supporting it because I've had instances where our nonprofit, our church, was called in an incident where there was a mental health issue, and it was on the weekend. And when I called 911, there was no CARES unit operating, and they said, well, we could send the police to intervene. And we did not want that to happen because we knew it was a mental health issue and we were not really sure what that outcome would be. And so some of the men in our congregation went to intervene, and that worked out well. So I have had the incident of a need for a CARES referral during the weekend high incident period, and so I will be supporting this initiative.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion before us is to adopt. Is there objection to recording Alder Furman? A roll call has been requested. So the motion before us is to adopt. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Revere? Aye. Aye. Alder Vetter?
Alder Vetter is excused.
Alder Wahalier?
No.
No. Alder Benford? Alder Benford?
Looks like Alder Benford may be frozen. Come back to him.
Alder Bennett? Aye. Alder Carter?
Alder Carter, we
Can you
couldn't.
come back to me?
Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry? Aye. Alder Evers? Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Aye. Alder Foster?
No.
No. President Furman?
No.
No. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Alder Heck? No. Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Mayotte? Aye. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Fair? Aye. Alder Tischler? Aye. Alder Vetter is excused. Alder Vitterville? Aye. My apologies. And Alder Carter?
No.
No. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Madam Mayor, I have 13 ayes and 5 noes.
With 13 ayes, the motion fails. It is a 15-vote budget item. Alder Harrington McKinney? Did you bring in? No. All right, so that will take us to item 59. Item 59 is Legistar 75836, repealing sections of the Madison General Ordinances which regulated curfew hours for juveniles. President Furman?
Move adoption.
Mayor,
Yes, Alder Carter?
my hand was up. Can we have a 5-minute break? I move to have a 5-minute break.
Is there a second? Alder Vitiver will second. Alder Vitiver is noting that we have 2 items left. Is there a second?
It'll be a struggle if I have to wait.
Alder Carter,
It might be too much information, but I'm just telling you my lived experience.
we're in search of a second. All right,
Second.
there is a second. Is there any objection to taking a 5-minute break? Seeing no objection, we'll be back at 11:35.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, 11:35, having arrived. I will ask that the alders on the Zoom turn their cameras on, and the alders in the room, please take their seats. All right, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Revere. Here. Alder Revere is present. Alder Vidavere. Alder Vidavere is present. Alder Wahelier.
Here.
Alder Wahelier is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett is present. Alder Carter. Alder Carter. She's present. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry. Vice President Curry is present. Alder Evers. Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. President Furman. President Furman is present. Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck. Alder Heck is present. Alder Madison. Alder Madison is present. Alder Mayadzi. Alder Mayadzi is present. Alder Paulson. Alder Paulson is present. Alder Fair. Alder Fair is present. Alder Tischler. Alder Tischler is present. And Alder Vetter is excused. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, now we are on to item 59, which is Legistar 75836, repealing sections of the Madison General Ordinances which regulated curfew hours for juveniles. President Furman.
Move adoption.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Alder Wahilihe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is the chief or I have a couple of questions about the, yes, thank you, Chief Patterson, yes. Should I proceed with question?
Go
Madam
ahead,
Mayor?
Alder.
Thank you. So my question is, what was the reason for the, maybe that's for the attorney has later, but what I'm asking is, why is the change? And what this ordinance will do in terms of our youth when it comes to curfew? And what reports have you seen in the past to enact this ordinance?
Assistant Chief Patterson.
Well, this would repeal the ordinance, so we would not have the ability to obviously enforce a curfew. One wouldn't exist. It's not something that we really issue a lot of citations for. I think there's only been 3 in the last couple of years. Probably far more verbal directives given to go home because there's a curfew than there are ever citations. And but it's not very common to see this enforced by officers. Alder.
Thank you. And is Eric Knapp here?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Park
Eric, if
Superintendent's
you,
here.
yeah.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, Eric, if you could talk about sometimes when we have regulations for the youth to walk around after hours, I'm wondering what kind of regulations are in place. Should they be roaming around the parks when it's close hours?
Certainly, Alder, and all parks, barring a special event permit or the like, all parks are closed between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. for everyone, including adults. So the curfew is not, and we in our park ranger team doesn't have the authority to cite on that period, but we would normally use and utilize a park hours violation for anyone who was in the park loitering after 10 p.m. during the hours that are the topic of discussion.
And from previous months or years, have you seen any irregular activities for youth roaming in the parks, or have there been any citation?
Again, on this specific ordinance, we don't have the authority to cite. I'm not aware if there's been any citations for curfew violation in a park. We have certainly had our share of youth and adults in the park after hours. That said, I don't have any specific data on the number of citations in total issued by rangers or the breakdown between youth and adults. Generally speaking, folks in the park after hours, when our rangers do encounter them, do leave when asked, which is our goal with our ranger team, right? Our goal is not to cite.
Okay. And maybe this is for Attorney Haas, if he's there.
Go ahead, Alder.
So in the ordinance, it says minors under 17 not to be allowed on streets after certain hours. And I'm wondering, this particular ordinance, let's say from 11 p.m., Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, how is this regulated? And what's the difference between the original ordinance in place and this change, particularly?
Well, although this ordinance would repeal the current curfew ordinance, so there just would not be any curfew rules in place. As the assistant chief said, the police department would not cite. It would not be illegal behavior. So I'm not sure if there's something I'm missing.
Alder, is there an additional question there?
No, yes, because when you look at the ordinance, there's no, it indicates that these are the time that youth are not allowed to go, but still it's repealing the ordinance. So I'm just confused as what is the ordinance and what's not in the ordinance, because
Right.
it indicates that, after 11 p.m., they shouldn't be around, while, the previous ordinance indicated the same thing.
So no, the ordinance language that you're seeing is what is in the current ordinance. The ordinance proposal is to repeal all of that language, so it would not exist anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, questions?
Yeah, this is for Chief Barnes or
We have Assistant Chief Patterson.
Patterson, if he's here. Chief, so one of the things that you mentioned, that with the curfew, that when you do come upon underage youth, that they get a warning, and that warning usually they take heed and they will go home or wherever you find them, right? So how is the warning going to happen without this?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, we wouldn't be doing any, proactive contacts, for a curfew concern.
Mhm.
Frankly, although we're not doing that very often to begin with. It would more so be in the context of a response to, a complaint of a crime, perhaps, where, if the ordinance was in place, then, the officer could address it at that point. But, without this, there would be no proactive contact. But again, I think only 3 citations over the last couple of years, and it's pretty rare to see this enforced to begin with.
Yeah, and I'm looking at not the citations, but actually the warning, which sometimes is more effective than a citation.
Yeah, it's tough for me to say, how often that happens.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to quantify that, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. And then, Eric, now,
Go ahead, Alder.
so when you have get calls, or the rangers, I should say, will get a call, there's a party in the park or whatever, after the park closes, the ranger normally, reaction to the ranger is everyone leaves. Is there ever a time when the ranger has to call the police?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we appreciate the collaboration with MPD. Unfortunately, not all groups of folks will disperse when just asked or cited. And certainly the hours we're talking about here after 10 p.m.,
Right.
rangers are very seldom able to have backup on it. There's only a few rangers on at any one time, even in max season. So very seldom when they're going into that situation alone, and they would often using the interface on the radio system, make MPD aware and have that support if there were any issues with just asking politely to break it up. So that's why, again, the citation for after park hours, we don't write a lot because it's generally people leave or they don't. And then we ask for help from our MPD partners for a park hour violation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Alder Miadze, questions?
No, Madam Mayor. I was actually asking if I could probably have a substitute to the.
We're not in discussion yet, Alder. Let's see if there's any other questions for staff. All right, there's no other questions for staff. So the motion is to adopt. Discussion, Alder Miadze.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I would like to see this, except on the weekends, if that's in order, to have this go during to keep the ordinance during the weekday, but on the weekends to change it.
Alder, is that a motion?
Yeah, yes, Madam Mayor.
And what is your motion?
So my motion is to keep the ordinance in with the curfew at 11, but except on weekends, Saturday and Sunday.
So Alder, I'm gonna rule that not in order as a motion. You need, if you're amending the ordinance, you need to provide us with ordinance language. So you need to actually have written out what the change would be to the existing language or to the the proposal is to remove the language. So what your change would be to the existing language? And we'd need to see that in writing.
All right.
So if you, I don't know if there's further discussion. There's at least one other Alder in the queue. So if you want to work on that and get that to the rest of the council and to the clerk, that would be in order. But just a verbal change is not enough.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahile?
I was gonna go for discussion. Should I wait for Alder Miadze's?
No, Alder, we're in discussion. Go ahead.
Okay. No, the reason why I pulled this ordinance is our youth are used to having a structure. I once upon a time ran a youth program, and it's always better to have a structured timeline. And having youth going around can have unintended consequence. It's like setting our youth for failure, more into criminal justice system. I did a little bit of digging, and traditionally, under this jurisdiction of local government, curfews are commonplace in cities and towns across America, according to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. In December 1995, survey of 1,000 cities with population more than 30,000, the conference found 70%, or 270 of the 387 cities responding to have a positive curfew ordinance in place. In addition, 6%, or 23 cities, were considering adopting a curfew legislation, according to the survey. Therefore, I don't mean to be restricting our youth but this can have unintended consequence. And therefore, for me, I'm not encouraging anyone to vote yes or no, but I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't go into deep discussion on this. Hopefully there's broad support for repealing this ordinance. I think if my colleagues have taken a look at it, have looked at all of the exceptions that are very arbitrary, that this doesn't apply if the juvenile was attending an organized dance or a church event or a community-based group event or coming home from work, then everything's fine. But if the youth doesn't know enough to say that as their answer, then they're subject to being detained and possibly getting fined, as well as their parent, which I didn't honestly know this was an ordinance, and for several years was in offense of this as a parent of teenagers who simply rode their bikes home after 11 o'clock on a weeknight during the summertime. And I think it's really, really terrible that we would make that a crime and expose our youth to being stopped for the simple act of existing, living and breathing in a public right of way. This isn't about creating a nuisance. It's not about making noise. It's not about doing any illegal behavior. Simply from being in a public right of way, they're subject to this law. It doesn't surprise me that it's on the books in a lot of communities, and I hope that you'll support me in taking it off the books tonight. And to my colleague who's considering a substitute motion, I would suggest, especially since this is an ordinance and those are supposed to be really reviewed by the city attorney before we're taking action on them, perhaps if they want to keep the ordinance in place and amend it, perhaps they can vote no. And if this repeal doesn't happen, then they could certainly put forward a different proposal to amend the current ordinance. So I hope my colleagues will join me in voting yes to repeal this ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Miante. Alder?
1 second, please. I've just sent something to all alders. If that's
Are you making a motion, Alder?
yes, I'm making a motion that to change it from the ordinance to on Saturdays, it should be unlawful for any juvenile to be upon the streets or alleys or public places within the city of Madison during curfew hours.
Is there a second?
Second.
Alder Miante will move and Alder Harrington McKinney will second. And I believe you should have that language in your inboxes. And Alder, did you send it to the clerk as well, please, for the record? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Alder Miante, would you like to speak to the motion?
I believe Alder Nazar already spoke to it. As far as being a father of three, I think it's important that we still have structure and we don't lose that. My parents always told me locked doors aren't really for thieves, because if a thief wanted to get in, they'll get in anyway. So having this ordinance already in place, people already knew, parents already knew pretty much that their kids are supposed to be indoors and have that structure. And to get rid of this entirely, especially during the weekdays where our kids are supposed to be in school, doing what is right. I mean, we just heard from a superintendent from parks talking about kids being in the parks during the times that they're not supposed to be. I think it's important, especially in my district where I have a lot of youth that go to the park and abuse the current ordinance. So it's important that we have this in place, not only for parents that work next to a park. We're also coming up with an ordinance already on the north side at our beach, making sure that the current ordinance is being followed. So for our structure for our kids, this is the reason why I'm bringing this forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster, for the second. No, I'm sorry, on the first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really object to the process here. We just got an email that says number 2 on Saturdays, it shall be unlawful for any juvenile to be upon the streets or alleys or public places within the city of Madison during curfew hours. That's not an ordinance. It's not fit for us to be taking action on. And if the alder wants to put something else forward, it needs to actually be written down in actual ordinance language. And I would again suggest that if that's the desire of the body, then the body should vote the repeal down, and we should have in front of us an actual ordinance proposal, because this is not that.
Thank you, Alder. I do think it's in order to clarify the motion, and Alder Miazzi, correct me if I'm wrong in my clarification. I believe the motion is to amend MGO 23.11 sub 2 to add the words on Saturdays.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're all clear what the motion is. Alder Paulson.
I'm going to channel my inner Alder Fair and say that perhaps language on the floor is not always ideal. I think actually this repeals curfew on every night except Saturday and means that there's no curfew on weeknights, which I don't think is what we want. So perhaps maybe referral to next week so we can work on this language would maybe be a better approach here.
My understanding of the alder's intent is as written. You can disagree with that intent, Alder, and vote as you wish, but I think that the alder's intent is a curfew on weekends.
Okay. A curfew on weekends and only weekends, and no curfew on school nights.
That's correct. All right, we're gonna go in order here. Thank you, Alder Paulson. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Madam Mayor, just for clarification, is that when would a substitute be in order? Do we have to vote this up or down, or where are we now so that I can
We
know
have
where to place it?
to deal with Alder Miazze's substitute before we could move on to another one.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Miazze?
So it's supposed to be the other way around, during the weekdays to keep the curfew, then on the weekend to remove the curfew. So.
So, Alder, that's not what the language that you sent accomplishes? So if you'd like to withdraw your motion, you could try again, and we'll go on with discussion.
All right, I'll withdraw my motion, and is it okay to see if we can schedule this for a future meeting to address this?
If somebody wishes to make a motion to refer, that motion would be in order.
Okay, can I make the motion to refer it?
Is a motion to refer to what date?
The 7th of our next meeting on the 7th of March.
Right, so the motion is to refer to the March 7th common council meeting. Is there a second? Moved in.
Second.
Alder Miazze will move in. Alder Paulson will second to refer to March 7th. Is there discussion on the question of referral? Alder Carter?
No, I was seconding it.
Okay.
I think that referral is the right way to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not support the motion for referral. Urge my colleagues to vote against it. Obviously, if you do support maintaining the curfew as it is and simply taking it off on Saturdays, you could certainly vote for a referral and hope that that comes in front of us next week. I again think this is pretty straightforward and ask for your support against this motion and for the underlying motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney on the question of referral?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting the referral, and the basis of my supporting is that we have had incidences where teenagers that we're supervising have had issues and problems related to curfew. And if there was something in place, at least we would have something to deter, number one, deter the students and also hold parents accountable. And so there is a need to look at this, and I'm glad that it did come before us, but I'm referring it so that Alder Mayasi can straighten out the language so that we know what we're voting for. It's just not ready at this time, but it is viable to consider.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
Yeah, we're now after midnight, and I think it's bad time to be writing language, so I would support referral to next week so we can take a better shot at having the city attorney help and get the language right so we can debate this properly. So I hope we can refer to next week.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to refer to the March 7th Common Council meeting. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote? Alder Furman? Roll call. All right, so all those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Revere? Aye. Alder Vidavere? No. Alder Wahelier?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Benford?
No.
No. Alder Bennett? No. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry? No. Alder Evers? No. Alder Figueroa Cole? No. Alder Foster?
No.
No. President Furman? No. Alder Harrington McKinney? Aye. Alder Heck? No. Alder Madison? No. Alder Mayadzi? Aye. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Farah? No. Alder Tischler? Aye. Alder Vetter is excused. Madam Mayor, I have 7 ayes and 11 noes.
With 7 ayes, the motion to refer fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Alder Wahilihe. Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a no for me. I don't know if you're doing
We're
roll call.
not there yet, Alder.
Okay, thank you.
But I will take that as a request for a roll call. The motion before us is to adopt. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Revere? Aye. Alder Vidavere? Aye. Alder Wahelier?
No.
No. Alder Benford?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Bennett? Aye. Alder Carter?
No.
No. Alder Conklin is excused. Vice President Curry? Aye. Alder Evers? Aye. Alder Figueroa Cole? Aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Aye. President Furman? Aye. Alder Harrington McKinney? No. Alder Heck? Aye. Alder Madison? Aye. Alder Mayadzi? No. Alder Paulson? Aye. Alder Farah? Aye. Alder Tischler? No. And Alder Vetter is excused. Madam Mayor, I have 13 ayes and 5 noes.
With 13 ayes, that item passes. And we will move on to item 73, which is Legistar 75980, amending sections of the Madison General Ordinances to remove extraneous provisions within the section related to public indecency. President Furman, a motion, please.
Move adoption.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Alder Carter.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I had-
Actually, I have questions for staff.
That's all right, Alder Carter, go ahead.
Okay, and would that be Attorney Haas?
It
My-
depends on your question, Alder.
Isn't that the truth, Mayor? My question is, can you go into more detail on what kind of public indecency we talking about? I remember there was a resident who talked about this and wanted more details. Can you tell us what you're thinking?
Attorney House, perhaps just an overview of the changes.
Sure. This, as we indicated in the drafters analysis, this is merely removing language that has no effect currently. There's a definition of nudity in the ordinance. That definition was left over from a previous version which prohibited nudity in some cases. That provision was removed some years ago, but this definition remained in the ordinance. And so the proposal is simply to remove that definition, which is not used anywhere in the ordinance. And because that definition would be removed, the language providing an exception for a mother's breastfeeding of her child, it's no longer necessary to have an exception because it is no longer prohibited or is no longer contained in a definition which is not used elsewhere in the ordinance. So this really has no substantive effect. It's really cleaning up an ordinance and removing a definition which is not used. There still does remain provisions prohibiting public indecency, and that is defined in the ordinance.
So what you're saying is that there is some parameters in the ordinance that prohibits certain activities that some would want to engage in, but shouldn't engage in because there's those parameters in the ordinance. Am I right with that?
I think that's a great way to put it. There are activities, actions that are prohibited. The mere state of being nude is not prohibited currently, and that would not change under the ordinance.
Thank you very much for clearing that up.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahilahi, questions?
Yes, thank you. Attorney has so the same question, but in different angle. So what you're alluding to is the ordinance talks about public indecency, which is not equal to nudity, right? Or is it vice versa?
No, that is correct. The ordinance is entitled Public Indecency, and so acts of public indecency are prohibited. As I said, there's a definition of nudity which is not being used now, and this ordinance would merely remove that.
So your previous statement indicates that so nudity is not public indecency. Is that what's in the ordinance?
That is correct.
So if someone is walking nude, it's not public indecency.
Just merely being in a state of nudity is currently not prohibited. It would be continued to be not prohibited unless it also included public indecency.
Can you talk about the previous ordinance before the one that was changed, which was not enacted? Why was there a change?
I don't know why. We did some research and found out that it was really, I think, an oversight when the prohibition against nudity was removed. The definition was not removed. I don't know what the motivation was, but that's what the action was of the council at that time.
So if we want to put indecency as nudity, what will be the ramification if we want to put that into place like the way it was before?
Although that's not what's before us tonight, you certainly are welcome to explore that with the attorney in the future if you'd like to make nudity be defined as public indecency, but that's not what is before us tonight. We're not changing the definition of public indecency. We're just removing a definition that is no longer used in the ordinances.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing no additional questions for staff, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Wahilahi?
Please record me as a no.
Alder Wahilahi will be noted as voting no. Is there further objection? Seeing none, then we'll record all ayes except for Alder Wahilahi will be recorded as voting no, and that means that the item passes. That is the end of items removed from the consent agenda. Alder Verveer, it's your turn.
I move to adjourn.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.